Lake Charm for day number 2 of the 2024 Trans Tasman Challenge here in Victoria. Of course, Victorians versus the Kiwis. My name's Dave Bishop, and joining me in commentary today, as he was yesterday, we had a ripper day yesterday. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Andrew Murphy.
Thanks, Bisho. Absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm not sure, I know you've got a bit of pull up here, mate, but you have turned it on once again. The Lake Charm is looking exactly as the name suggests, absolutely charming. What a day we've got in store, mate.
Well, it goes to show how much pull I've got, mate, because I would have ordered some wind and get some whitecaps out there, but
yeah, true.
Unfortunately, given, and it's an idiosyncrasy of this particular challenge, is that it is restricted to outboard boats, which I totally agree with, and it's a great idea. The only problem is that particularly the under 18s, will ski these boats flat out, so it does turn into a little bit of a boat race on a day like this.
Yeah, had a couple of chats this morning with a couple of people, and there was a couple of our skiers that did absolutely hold a pin the whole way through, but those two standouts, probably both with the surname of Carter Ledge, they were on point. But yeah, of course, today we reversed. Really trying to let that lower back of the tension away from the legs. But a few little sore bodies there. Yes, having a walk around this morning, but the smiles are big, mate. They're just loving being here.
Well, we had a great day yesterday. No injuries, no falls to speak of.
Yep.
So everybody's in one piece. But as you said, mate, I'm sure they're pretty sore, and they need to go there and back it up again today. But it's an interesting thing, isn't it, that whole lactic acid build up in the legs? It's probably sorer now than by the time they've skied their race. They'll probably start to come good again by the end of their races.
Yeah, I think the biggest injury I've heard thus far is Gino Hollins. He's really hit the bar hard last night, and he needs a Barocca and a good hug from somebody. So, of course, I'm joking. I'm only sending that out on the live stream for his mates in New Zealand. It's a lot of support from them yesterday. Bisho, we're not too far away from a start, but one of the important things is the sponsors of this event, so we want to acknowledge them. This morning, Rich River, Concrete Soaring and Drilling, thank you. Rapid Concepts, as well as Innovation Rewards, Evans Petroleum, Sapphire Spars, Nick's Built, Advanced Cranes, Echuca, Moama, Signs, PC, Cranes and Equipment, Australasian Fencing. What a cracking group of sponsors.
Fantastic. You can't do it without a Murph. The
Certainly
sponsors are the people that make this happen. We are within a minute to start now, and I started my stopwatch about 10 seconds late, Murph. So we've got boats moving their way in. We'll quickly run through the skiers we got out there out of pole. I'll go from pole 1 to pole 6. Cam Moore out of 1. Jed Pickford, Chase Tuddenham, Peyton Varley, Thea Anderson, and Tilly Smith are the four in this one, Murph. And we saw some great racing out of these kids yesterday.
So, picking up, this is going to be anyone's race. We saw young Cam Moore, the New Zealand competitor. He went out there twice, so skiing in both the Div 2 and Div 1, and he was solid, mate. Obviously couldn't match the pace of Jet Bickford. He did come up on him in the last sort of 7 minutes of that race and got to the back of Jed's ski, but Jed dug deep, the little man, and put the challenge away. But we're looking for skiers up and out of the water, Bish.
Goes the call, Murph, and it looks like we've got a problem. That's a Bernico there, so that's going to be calls an F2. Chase Tuddenham with a problem, but the rest of the field is up and away in very, very beautiful, clear, smooth conditions. And we are racing here on Lake Charm for race number 2 for our Division 2 under 14 boys and girls here on Sunday morning. And epic conditions, mate. That's disappointing for Chase here in the start, but the rest of the field is up and away.
Yeah, that's a shame. But look at the head of the field now, Bish. These things are gunnel to gunnel, so no advantage as they roll down to the top of the course, the far side of Lake Charm, the big triangular course, modified slightly for this event. So we've got a shorter front straight, so it tightens it up a little bit. But the big long run down in front has Cam Moore, the Kiwi sensation, on the inside, and Jed the Pickaxe Pickford. He's just to his outside now, and Bish less than half a boat length as they go around the outside. So a really good early run from Jed Pickford. So we'll watch as they settle in to the back chute. Peyton Varley, she was a bit of a story yesterday, mate. The New Zealand challenger in the under-14s, obviously the oldest of the under-14 girls, and she went out and really put this field on notice yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. She was an absolute rocket ship. So Thea Anderson and Tilly Smith going to have to come up with something special this morning, and these conditions, although they look beautiful, as I've said, mate, we probably want a few more bumps out there. We should be holding a barefooting competition today. Stunning pictures coming from GP Hydro live streaming as well. So a big welcome to everybody here in Australia and around the world watching the Trans Tasman Challenge for 2024. And we've got boats charging down to complete lap number 1 into turn number 3 here at beautiful Lake Charm, Kerrang, Victoria, Australia. And this Trans Tasman, this particular Trans Tasman Murph has been running for quite some time, 32 years.
32 years, I think, yeah.
And it's absolutely epic. So here we go. Here is the battle, mate, as we go through. And we've got the Bernico, the Revenge F2 with Cam Moore just leading by half a rope length back to the Thundernuts with Jed Pickford. Now, this is where I need to be careful. This is a classic illustration of the start washers. See in there, Murph?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is where the observers need to be on their game. The drivers need to be on their game. And Easy's kids through here. Peyton Varley, she's done that big start again, mate, as she gets away. Leading the ladies. Then it's back to the rapid pulse with Thea Anderson. And just picking up Tilly Smith now coming down the front straight away as well, doing a nice job.
These two, Thea and Tilly, obviously a little bit younger. Peyton, she's a big, tall, athletic, built girl out of New Zealand. But I tell you what, Thea Anderson pushed her really hard, as she's doing right now yesterday. Like this is, Peyton had to go 110%, and Thea did a cracking job for the vast majority of that race of really just hanging in there and digging deep. These are young kids, mate, little bodies, big smiles. Yesterday afternoon they spent climbing trees down here next to us in the commentary box. And I do believe the girls have actually put together a bit of a dance routine for us a little bit later on. You
said that yesterday, and they backed away from that statement very rapidly,
they did, didn't they?
Mate. So we'll see what they can come up with. But they credit to Jakey Hinterholzel and his Trans Tasman team. Matching the boats up is a tricky job.
Yeah.
You've got to try and find boats of similar performance, but we've found, 2 Revos there that are basically same.
Yep.
Interestingly, I wouldn't say that the Velocity and the Bernico are same at the moment, but in these conditions, probably not a lot in it. So
yeah, absolutely. These guys are going to be, the drivers will be focused on obviously the speed cap here, because both those boats are capable of exceeding the speed cap. And so it's going to come down to this corner stuff, because both of these drivers, skiers yesterday, were holding these boats right on the cap. So looking down the back straight away right now, I'm just trying to pick up, and great work from young Chase Tuddenham, mate. So he's up and away. Big clap from the crowd here on the banks of Lake Charm. So he's up and rolling, Bish.
Yeah, good to see him get up and going. It was a bit of a saga to get him going, mate. They've lost almost 2 laps there doing that. But the good news is he's up and away, and this is going to be great experience there for Chase. Blaze Branson behind the wheel. Emma Tuddenham, I did have a chat with Chase yesterday afternoon. We interviewed him, and he just had trouble getting his ski in the V as this battle continues on at the head of the pack, Murph.
Yeah, interesting. The Bernico just dumping a bit of ballast on the way through. So trying to obviously just lightening the boat a little bit. Now, you mentioned those start washers, so potentially carrying a little bit of ballast to settle the boat down. There was a briefing regards ballasting and use of tabs, and the boats had to be started. I think the rule was that with no ballast whatsoever, but it was up to the observer to make the call, so they could choose to adopt some ballast. So that's cracking racing in the front, and there goes Peyton Varley in that beautiful yellow doing Waston Doe, Lance Moose, and Emma Barnes looking after her. So She's looking very solid, as is this young lady, Tia Anderson. Rapid Pulse, Cam Monahan and Sean Morris.
Yeah, Cam Monahan, he's done a few laps and going to do a lot more laps this weekend as he drove the 1648 boat as well yesterday very, very nicely, and he's also driving the Rapid Pulse Revolution. So very quietly spoken sort of a cat and just goes about his business, but one of the best outboard drivers that we've got in Australia at the moment, this kid.
Yeah, without doubt. The beautiful Tilly Smith. Love the form on this young lady. She looks rock solid right there. So this crosswash early on, we talked about it, the lake is completely full, so the what is normally a little sandy bank here in front of the commentary box is now right up to the butting up to the grass verge. So getting quite a little bit of bounce back water here, Bish. So little rollers coming through, but not upsetting these crews on the water whatsoever. Just a correction, sorry, I had those observers' names the wrong way around. Of course, Emma Barnes looking after Tia Anderson and Sean, the Mad Dog Morris, looking after Peyton.
Oh, they are the wrong way around, aren't they?
Yeah, just pick that up.
Sheet? Well done, mate. Yes. Unless they did a little swap overnight.
This is our first flying look at Chase Tuddenham. Behind Corson, F2, Blaze Branson and M. Tuddenham.
Yeah, had a chat with Blaze about driving this boat. He hasn't driven a lot of Burnicos around, and he's grown up driving 1750 bullets and lots of lightweight stuff, and he's got a force hull now, an F19X Force himself. But he said he's really enjoying driving the Burnico around. He said it's like a lounge chair compared to the little bullet.
All right, pressure is mounting at the front of the field, these guys. So they are locked in battle here, Bisho. So inside pole to Cam Moore from New Zealand and Jed Pickford sitting to his outside, both looking very comfortably. A really aggressive stance on Cam Moore this morning, so he's got the head down, tucked in. So, as I said, ran out there twice, so full 40 minutes plus laps of ski racing for this kid yesterday, and he's looking pretty good right through there.
Well, mate, to be honest, you know, in this type of racing with a 1,000-point system, it's all he needs to do is just run around side by side.
Yep.
There's no points between those two. You know, maybe 1 or 2 points if you're lucky, maybe not even a point. If he can just hold fire, run around together, he will have done his job for his team. Wasendo comes through, ticks off another lap. Peyton Varley there, doing a good job, and just a little bit of a lonely run for them at the moment, Murph, as they run around by themselves.
It is, interestingly so, but as I said yesterday, Thea Anderson, this young girl, like she's probably within about 12, 13 seconds of Peyton yesterday, and yesterday we saw Peyton, she was absolutely flying. So this is a huge push from her today, so she skied beautifully yesterday. Obviously, again, the age delta, I think Peyton's just on 14, or just turned 14, I think, last week, and I think Thea, from memory, is 11. Yeah. So very different bodies in these young skiers. So she's skiing out of her skin right now, the young Victorian.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, keep an eye on her, mate. It's absolutely epic. So should be. So the force hole here, mate, Thirsty Racing, Tilly Smith, running a very level attitude, just trying to give Tilly the best ride possible. Big Andy Durand doing the driving duties. Maddie Smith in the observer's seat.
Yeah, so Tilly, she's 11 years of age, goes to Thaguna Public School. So if you're not sure where Thaguna is, it's a suburb of Albury, or just north of Albury. So absolutely loves this whole caper of ski racing, and she is a superstar when it comes to netball, Bish. So when she's not out there playing around on a ski, she's out there representing the Albury region as a goal attack. So she's one of those angry people that just pushes people around and scores goals. So big shout to Jai and Charlie, her brother and sister, and to Mum and Dad.
Absolutely. So a little bit of lap traffic coming into this little battle that's going on here for the lead of under 14 at Division 2 boys. Jed Pickford behind the Thundernuts there, and Cameron Moore just leading him by still that half a rope length at the moment. Burnico v Velocity as they fire up the back straight away again, and this is a real battle. This is going to come down to the end, you know, the last probably 5-10 minutes of this race when the legs are going to hold out.
Yep.
We've got 10 minutes and 20 seconds left to run in this one, Murph.
Yeah, so approaching half race distance for these crews, and there is no sign of any slackening of the pace in either their front two runners in the boys Division 2, or also for Peyton Varley. So she is cracking along, and again, Thea Anderson, she's going nowhere, mate. Got the bit between the teeth. This 11-year-old, she is absolutely balling right now.
Doing an epic job.
She really
Murph.
is, mate. Yep.
Absolutely flying.
Love the form on these kids too. They, I say that they're natural skiers, but there's no such thing as a natural ski. It's not something that that comes naturally. Skiing on these race setups, and just looking really, really under control out there right now is young Thea.
Doing an awesome job, Murph, and yeah, like you say, it is not necessarily a natural thing, is it? It's a learned skill, but some people learn it a bit quicker than others, don't they? Bit like driving boats.
Or like me, you peak early in your career and you just choose to stay there, Dave.
Well, I peaked, but the peak wasn't that high.
I know that feeling, mate. Yeah, 36 miles an hour on a fat boy ski does me every day of the week.
Well, I did say I've skied 6 races in my life, 6 river races, and I got all my starts, so that's my claim to fame.
There you go, you're 100% perfect.
Yep, perfect start record.
Here's the Tilly Smith, I should say, sorry. Oh, I wrapped that up backwards before. I had Thea and Tilly's notes confused. Sorry about that. So Thea's actually from Colac, but there goes Tilly. She's the netball superstar. So I'll get myself squared up here in the commentary box, but let's just have a look left for a minute, mate, because this battle at the front of the field for the boys.
Absolutely on with, I'm having trouble seeing my screen here. I think about 9 minutes left to run in this one, but the battle continues on, and a very, very hard charge going on between these two boys. Who's going to run out of legs first? That's going to be the question in this one, mate.
I don't know who, Bisho. They're less than a second between them right now, so there's 0 points. You maybe got a point difference between those two as they come through. Now, yesterday it was Jet Bigford that prevailed, the pickaxe. The young gun, he dug deep. He came under pressure late in the race.
Oh, we've just run out of PA on...
I think Scotty got bored and turned me off. I can understand that.
Sick of listening to you, mate.
Me too. Chase Tuddenham goes through now, so looking really nicely on the ski. And there is your New Zealand point scorer passing the crowd, Peyton Varley, Shawnee Morris. Hand in the air, so he's pretty happy with the way this is playing out for young Peyton right now.
Yeah, doing an excellent job, mate, Peyton Varley. Got Sean Morris in the observer seat, Lance Muse doing driving duties, and he's doing a beautiful job. And they're making some good points here because that's the gap there. So it's probably about a straight's worth, which, the straights here are probably, 900 metres long, I suppose, roundabouts. And so that's good points at the moment. Rapid Pulse goes through Thea Anderson.
Yes, the young 11-year-old from Colac, Sacred Heart College she goes to. Ski racing is so fun, Murph. So fun.
Fun.
It's a only description she gave me. Mum, Dad, Cam and Emma for everything you did, and the beautiful Sailor, her little sister, who's been helping out here all this weekend.
Look at Rapid Pulse, mate. It's got a bit of an odd spray coming off the back of it. I hope they haven't got an issue with that boat.
Yeah, the rooster's lifted a little bit, hasn't it? So, and we actually saw that with Hijack yesterday. So, in the last lap, took the tip off one of the blades in that boat. So, managed to get it home, but there was a whole lot of elbow shake and head wobble going on with Jakey Hinhozel. So, yeah, a bit of a shame. The boat looked beautiful, but got it home and got it through and took the win in that race. So. Here we go, a little bit of lap traffic, Bisho, but our front runners are still absolutely on the pace here, mate. Yeah,
it's a ding-dong, isn't it? They're absolutely going at it. It's a rope length in it at the moment between Cam Moorhead in front and Jed Pickford running in second spot at the moment as the gap closes up on the entry into the corner. This is all about pole position at the moment, Murph. These boys running the same pace, but just that inside line there for Cameron Moore, just doing him about a rope length's worth every lap, so he's just managing to hold fire. But Jed Pickford having to travel a little bit further. He's got the harder work to do. But, of course, the positions were reversed yesterday. So
yeah, that's true, mate. So, Cam running to the outside yesterday, and we did talk about that a bit. And also that position that he's in right now, but we've got a 5 metre rule between the boats here, so 5 metres for Trans Tasman. So a little bit more room is given, but it does extend the length that you've got to travel around these corners. So needs to stay right up on the back of that lead boat, because then, of course, you get into a bit of crosswash. If you get that little bit, probably drop another 30, 40 metres back, then it's going to get a little bit tougher for Jed Pickford. But he is the heart of a lion, mate. He won't be giving it down out there. He just wants to go and win this thing for Team Victoria.
Coming up to 5 minutes remaining here now, Murph, as we see the Waste and Doe go through, tick off another lap. Peyton Varley getting it done absolutely beautifully. Then we've got our man who unfortunately had that missed start, Chase Tuddenham, going through behind the Bernico machine, the cause an F2. And they're having a good little run out there as well, but down the front straight away now as well. Just want to have a look at the rapid pulse here, mate, because it just does look... So to give you an idea, it's running a very level attitude, and I think it's just a trim angle. These Talkmaster 2 gearboxes that they run on these 300R Mercuries, they have a little fin around the front of them.
Yep.
And they do throw up a little odd spray, little wingy spray either side. And I think just because they're running a fair bit of in trim there, Cam on, and just trying to give the best ride possible there to Thea. And it is just, I'd say it's just that little, those little winglets throwing that odd spray. But I was a bit worried that, like you said, they might have broken a propeller, but I think that's all it is.
Yep, beautiful. No, it sounded good on the way through, Bish. So nice to see them out there circulating that gap, opening a little again. Fatigue playing a huge part. This is a big weekend of racing. 2 full 20-minute plus a lap, so you're working 22 minutes out there after a start. So as a minimum, head of the field here now. This gap is just not changing, so Cam Moore out of New Zealand. Running to the inside behind the Bernico this time round. To his outside is Jed Pickford. You can hear the tension starting to build down here on the bank, mate. The applause is building a little bit in Team New Zealand.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left to run in this one, so we've got a couple of laps to go here, Murph.
Now, I forgot to do it yesterday, but I do need to give a shout-out to a young New Zealander by the name of Amos Ratuki, who did qualify for the Trans Tasman team as the Div 1 under-14 skier. I think it was Div 1, but anyway, he qualified and he unfortunately, I think, busted his leg dirt bike riding a couple of weeks ago. So, not here with this weekend, but Amos, a big shout-out to you, mate. You had a great preparation, and it's a shame that you're not here, but I'm sure he will be back. Yeah,
Amos had a great campaign at the World Championships in Gosford as well, mate, and clearly his water ski racing skills are better than his bike skills, so maybe you better stick to ski racing, Amos, if you're watching, mate.
I think so. I'm sure he'll be tuned in and cheering loudly.
Thirsty Racing, that's without knowing what happened at all to Murph, I'll say that.
I'll say that, but I have no idea.
But Tilly Smith doing a lovely job. Gee, she's gained some valuable experience this weekend, hasn't she? She's absolutely loving it. Waste and Doe comes through, ticks off another lap. Peyton Varley collecting some massive points here for Team New Zealand at the moment. And on the guessometer last night, Murph, you and I had a couple of quiet refreshments and reflected upon where the points might be. And we don't know because we're not allowed to know. No. But we reckon Team New Zealand was probably up as of the end of yesterday's race.
Yeah, there's not much in it, mate. And again, anything can change today. So it's only going to take one bit of a slip up. And we're seeing, we're seeing that now. We're seeing Thea really trying to hang on to the back of the 2-year-older Peyton out in front of her and doing a cracking job of it.
Absolutely, mate, as the Bernico just slips through there. The call's an F2. Chase Tuddenham doing it nicely. And, they're running a lot of in-trim into this beautiful Revo hull, the Rapid Pulse. So just trying to give Thea the best run possible. Emma Barnes keeping a close eye on her there. And the leg's probably starting to get pretty sore in all these skiers now, Murph.
Yes.
We've got a minute 30 left to run in this one. So a minute 30 plus a lap.
Well, here's the push coming now, mate.
So
at a minute 30, and there is a push now from Team Victoria. Jed Pickford to the outside has now started to move up, so he's probably picked up 3/4 of the rope length that time through, Bish.
We saw this yesterday too, didn't we, Murph, on the last 2 laps. So penultimate lap, they'll get the blue flag after this one. Jed Pickford starting to push along. This is where Cam Moore's going to have to dig deep and try and fight off this challenge.
Yeah, it's hard to say, isn't it? You've skied that hard, you've absolutely thrown down, and then all of a sudden this additional challenge comes. This is where that mental toughness, and we're talking about 12 and 13-year-old kids at 11, 12 and 13-year-olds, and we're talking about things like mental toughness. Cam Moore, 13 years of old, out of Cambridge, second ever Trans Tasman, loves a skateboard and a bit of mountain biking, but talented operator. Has won the National and North Island and the New Zealand Series Sub Junior Boy Champion. So this kid's he's got some talent, but Jed Pickford, well, he charged yesterday. He's just got that killer instinct in him. The little fella, he likes to throw down 110% every time he's on the water. Yeah,
mate, he's grown up in a ski racing family. I'm not sure of his father's water skiing ability. I'm not sure whether he's one of Australia's top superclass drivers, of course, in Timmy Pickford, and great worker for Ski Racing Victoria as well, and also the SRA delegate for Ski Racing Victoria. So Timmy does a lot of work, but yeah, not sure what his skiing ability was. He's a great mate of Graham Ritchie's of God's Gift fame, so maybe strapped on the ski and had a ski behind the Gift or aggro at some stage.
No, just looking at him, be average. Be average. Let's not give him too much credit. He's also a race director here this weekend, so we've got to be polite. There goes Peyton Varley, so your New Zealand point scorer in the under-13, so she's pushing past our Thirsty Racing with young Till Smith, so the 11-year-old getting picked up by the big 14-year-old out of New Zealand. Shout out to all her supporters and fans for Peyton. Granddad's watching over there, Mike Jamison.
Very good.
So as I said, 14, she's out of Cambridge. Started ski racing about 3 years ago. Is a big fan of the Broncos in the NRL. Second in the 30-miler this time around, the 2024 in New Zealand, and making the 2024 Trans Tasman team. She lists as a career highlight. And she's doing a good job of it right now. She'll get invited back, that's for sure.
Absolutely, my friend. She certainly will. So, skiers coming through now, and we've got the rapid pulse, Thea Anderson. This is the drag to the blue flag now, and Jed Pickford starting to make the move as they go shoulder to shoulder down through the bottom turn now, and this is going to be one red-hot final lap here, Murph.
Mate, can you make it any tougher? Because Thea Anderson, as I said before, she is not fading away anywhere. She is giving it 110%. So she's one boat wide, so they've got lap traffic in front of Thea. So these two in leading boys are now having to push out to poles 3 and 4. We've got the race of the century on at the front of the field, and now we're going to have to go 2 miles wide just to really make it as tough as we possibly can. And Cam Moore with about a 10-foot gap right now on Jed Pickford. This is going to go down to the wire, mate.
Well, if it stays like this, mate, there's no points in them really for either team, is there?
Yep, so that's going to neutralise itself, so, mate.
Fantastic racing, so they need to be mindful. There's no point bidding a skier on this final lap. They need to just bring it home. But I know how competitive both these kids are, and both these crews as well. Aidan Cuff and Jake Hinterholzel don't like being beaten by each other either.
No, they'll be watching. They'll be eyes glued to that GPS, mate. 69.99999, I think is the number that they'll be aiming for. Of course, Jed's only 12. He lives and breathes out of Echuca. So a bit of a river rat, gets to spend a lot of time on the water. We've given him a nickname this weekend of the Pickaxe.
The Pickaxe.
Yeah, he's little, but he gets the job done. There's no doubt about it. So blue flag flying for our competitors. This time through, the New Zealand crowd will be on their feet down there for their point scorer, Peyton Varley. So stance changing a little bit, Bishop. You can see the starting to get a little bit tired, the little bit pulled forward and the hips dropping back a bit. So one more lap for that young lady and a bag of points on the way if she can get it done.
Well, if it ends up this way, Murph, it's going to be a good win this race for New Zealand because Peyton, they're getting the job done behind the waist and dough, collecting some big points, whereas Cam Moore and Jed Pickford, there's barely a half a point in this at the moment as they come down in the bottom turn. It is going to be a drag race to the line. It's all going to be about pride because in terms of points, it's not going to mean a lot at all, Murph. But sliding, drifting down through the bottom turn, Cam Moore actually makes a little bit more of a break on Jed as they go through the corner. But now Jed comes hard back at him. They're going to charge to the line here, Murph. This is going to be an absolute battle to the line. This is all about pride here. There's no points in it whatsoever. Drag racing to the line. Plenty of two into these boats. Go, 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 they say. The drivers, the observers, they're all going off. Cam Moore takes the win over Jed Pickford by a bees, you know what.
Oh, what a run from those two superstars. They both need to be proud of themselves. That was a cracking run. Both crowds erupting here on the bank. That was unbelievable. I'm not sure there may be a protest at one stage. Aidan Cuff had his arm out of the boat, whipping the side of it to get the extra pace.
Rapid pulse comes through. Thea Anderson, she picks up the checkered flag.
Oh, what a ski from that young girl. And Emma Barnes gives her 2 fists in the air. She's super happy.
Good job there from Chasey Tuddenham to get back up and going again, Murph.
Got it done. I think he had a drama yesterday with the ski in the V.
Yeah.
It might have been what happened out there. So just it's a shame because he had great form all the way through. His pace was really solid as well. So great to welcome him home. It is a lonely run home for this last couple of boats now as they wrap on. But mate, what a run from the 1 and 2 Campbell, Jed Pickford. Those blokes will be swapping some stories. It's 1 each between the two of them, mate.
Yeah, one all and barely 5 points, I reckon, over the whole 2 days.
They're going to have to go down to paper, scissors, rock tonight to just settle the score. Or who knows, maybe challenge each other at next year's Trans Tasman and see who can bring home the chocolates.
I think so, mate. We'll see these kids in Trans Tasman for quite a few years to come, which is fantastic news for water ski racing in general, both in Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand ski racing going absolutely beautifully, and Australian ski racing coming back strong in the junior categories, which is always a great sign for the health of the sport. Here we go. Stand up, all you Kiwis, because it's the Wasted Day. Lancey Muse, Sean Morris, Peyton Varley takes the win for Team New Zealand and collects some massive points on the way through to add to her team's tally.
Right, Shorty Morris is absolutely over the moon at Peyton with that big fist bump, mate. She should be proud of that effort. As she'd just gone 14 years of age, so the young gun from New Zealand, mate, she's absolutely put a bag of points in for her team and skied faultlessly this weekend. So well done to her. Big fan base tuning in on the GP Hydro live stream from New Zealand. There's Wood Masses and there's Moors and there's Mallows and they're all sending messages of support. So well done to all of those crews. But it's Cam Moore, Peyton Varley, NZ out of that one. Bish is our last competitor.
Last competitor home, and a great job here. Good start, good race, solid, consistent, and Maddie Smith going off in the observer seat for his daughter Kelly.
What a beautiful ski from this young lady. 11 years old, mate.
Fantastic, mate. It's great to see Tilly running through there, and she gets the job done behind Thirsty with Andy Duran doing a beautiful Andy Gerrand. I always get it wrong, but anyway.
I heard you apologise to him yesterday.
No, he's used to it. He's a big bastard. I just don't want him to clock me for getting it wrong, that's all. But he's pretty placid. He's all right.
Well, there you go. That is race number 1, the under-14 Div 2. It's and what racing we had out there on the water, and 20 minutes plus a lap, so big haul, and conditions, as I said, they're just, if anything, they're getting better and better. Expected to be a pretty flat day here with maybe a little bit of afternoon breeze, but the event organisers did a great job of getting this thing rolling yesterday, so I think we'll be well and truly done and dusted before the afternoon breeze kicks in.
I don't want to say it, Murph, but we've been very lucky with equipment so far this weekend. We have had Trans Tasmans where we've broken a boat nearly every race, had to restart them, had to rerun them, and now you're going to hate me for saying that because it's probably going to start happening now. But
the commentator's curse.
Yeah, commentator's
by David
curse.
Bishop.
Absolutely. I'll be a dead man. Joe Kindoles will lynch me if we start breaking propellers and boats now. But given that we've got, the technology's moved on as well, mate. Most of these boats, nearly all of the boats now running the QC4V 300R Mercury package, which is just a super reliable, super strong package, and we're just seeing more and more reliability out of the boats, and so that's what we saw yesterday. I don't see any reason. The only thing that does tend to happen nowadays is they've got so much torque and horsepower, these engines, is that propellers do tend to break.
Yeah, they tend to be the weakest link. It didn't used to be that way unless you're running a 30 ET thinned out to within a millimetre in a... It's been great, and again, we've got to thank you. Obviously, you introduced all our drivers and all the equipment in their boats on Friday night at the beautiful Border Inn Hotel, and we really do have to thank them for what they do. This is a massive commitment to bring out your gear and run it, and it's for all the right reasons. Andrew Bider Hindhozel skippering the SRV rescue crew. The green flag flying leads the flotilla back to the bank. Get up and get on your feet and get around them and give all of our under 14 Div 2s a huge round of applause. They won't hear, but they're going to see your hands clapping. Take your hat off and give them a wave, because that was a sensational categories racing here this weekend.
Fantastic. Now, if we could just ask all of the crews, we'd like to get the kids to come up to our commentary box, mate, and we'll interview them up here this time, because the people at home want to see and hear them with us. Or are we going to run off and grab them like we did yesterday?
No, I think they should come up here.
They should come here, because we're a bit old and lazy, and we don't want to go and find them like we did yesterday. So, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, we'll take a short break while we get our skiers up into the commentary box. If the crews could send the skiers up there, that'd be fantastic. We'll take a short break. This is the 2024 Trans Tasman Challenge. Next race on the card is our under 16 boys and girls. Hope you're enjoying the racing here, both here live and around the world on GP Hydro live streaming. We'll be back with more real soon.
and then make your way up to the commentary box because Bisho has some hard-hitting questions for you the world wants to know.
Right, what you need to do?
We'll go first, second, third, yeah? Do it that way.
Hold that.
Put me, see if it comes up. Mate, we're just getting organised here.
Good job.
Just give me 2 secs.
Say good job.
So we'll go Peyton, then we'll go Thea, and then we'll go Tilly.
What a good one to remember.
But you're going to get better when you hang out with Murph and I. That's how it works. We're going to train you.
Okay.
Scotty's just going to let me know when we're right. Geez, we're getting serious here, dude.
I'm going to put that on these.
I
Because then
have
it'll
too
be
many
easier
thank
for it to
yous
hold.
to go.
Nah, see, there's never too many thank yous.
Is it family?
Huh?
Is it family?
No. It's filming, but it's not filming, if you know what I mean. We're not live. Scotty will tell us when we're live.
That's better. That'll be easier.
I just need to bend down a bit.
No. You can almost leave it alone.
That's it, you're done. You can start drinking cordial now.
Yeah. There we go. Alright.
In the middle.
We good?
Right.
About there? Ready? Yeah, I think so. Just oh, hang on, mate. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're live now, home, and mate, you just had a win. Congratulations. Now, you said to me just then, I've got to do some thank yous. I've got too many thank yous. There's never too many thank yous, first of all. But that was the last race for the day, and I think you've collected some good points for your team and done your job, so now you can relax. Who do you need to thank for this one?
My drivers
Yep.
and Sean, my observer.
Well, that's 2. You said there's too many thank yous, and we've come up with 2 so far.
Yeah.
Right, no, you got more than that. Someone surely brought you here.
Mark
There might be a
Perry.
team captain involved for Team New Zealand.
I actually don't know who that is.
You don't know who the team captain is? It might be a guy named Brad Dutton, is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Brad.
yeah. Jeez. You're right. You really are bad at this, eh? So a big shout out to Team New Zealand, yeah? Congratulations, well done. All
Thank
right.
you.
Now, who came second? It was that long ago. It was Thea. Get over here, Thea. Thank you, Payne. Well done. Give a round of applause, everybody. Thea, come in here, right in close. People want to see you on the live stream. Can they see you? Yeah, they can see you. How was that, mate?
Good.
Yeah, why did I even bother asking? Who do you need to thank? That was the last race for the weekend. You've collected some great points. Who brought you here?
Mum and Dad.
Yeah, so we're thanking them, aren't we? No. Really?
Yes.
Really? You're not bad, are you? Well, Dad might take the boat off you for a while. See how that goes. What about Team Victoria? Who's the people that organised everything?
Emma and Jake.
Yep.
And our team captains, Lele and
And yes. Well done. All right, Thea. Congratulations. You can go and have a red cordial now.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. You got anything else for me?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. All right, Tilly. Get Tilly in here. Hello, Tilly.
Hi.
How was your day?
Good.
Good. Did you have a good ski?
Yeah.
It's your first Trans Tasman challenge, right? What do you reckon? You're keen to try and be the point scorer next time around?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was quite smooth today. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And who are we thanking?
Mum and Dad.
Yes. Correct answer. And all the people that organise. What about all our wonderful judges as well?
Yeah.
Hey, all the people that work, all those people that are out there in the course boats making sure you're safe. Like Bida Hinterholzel, do you know who he is? Not really, yeah. He's pretty famous. He's Jake's dad. He's
No,
much
Jake.
better than Jake.
Really?
Yeah, heaps better, yeah. All right, Tel, good job, mate. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed your Trans Tasman Challenge. Give it up for the girls, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the boys in here. Let's start with our winner, Cam Moore. Where's Cam? Get him over here. Oh, this is hard work. Cam, give me something, mate. How was your day?
Tiring.
Tiring, yes. Now, you saw that kid next to you. He beat you yesterday. He came up next to you on the second last lap. What were you thinking?
I just had to just wave up and hold on.
How'd you feel? Did you feel all right, or were you starting to struggle?
My legs were like really sore.
Yep.
And that's alright.
Very smooth, though, so you're trying to push that ski out in front of you, obviously. A lot of pressure on there.
Yeah.
Going pretty quick. Who are we thanking, mate?
My mum and dad and the team.
Correct answer. And everybody here that's organised this and made it happen, all right? Yeah. All right, good job. All right, well done, mate. I don't think you've earned any. You two boys have just evened out your points, I reckon, at the end. So we'll get Jed in here now. Thanks, mate. You give him that microphone. Jay Pickford, how was that, buddy?
Yeah,
You got to talk into that thing. It helps. Yeah. It's good?
Yeah, it's good. Had a fun run and did what we could.
Round the outside, you'd made a big push there on the last couple of laps.
Yeah, I tried getting, but just couldn't do it. But
So you sped up, you caught up to him, and then he pushed along a little bit more.
yeah. Inside will help, but like yesterday, the inside helped me.
Yep, it all evens itself out in the long run, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like I said, you two boys have cancelled out both points. I reckon there are not many points between the two of you over the weekend.
No,
Be
there won't be.
Interesting to see who got the chocolates, mate. Who are we thanking, mate?
Just mum, dad, the team, obviously, everyone at people watching me, all the parents helping out, and yeah.
And they're all watching at home too, mate. So if Grandma and Grandpa aren't here, just give them a shout out. All right, Jed Pickford, ladies and gentlemen, good job, mate. You can go and have a red cordial as well. Well done. And Chase, Tuddy, as we like to call him. How was it, mate?
Yeah, it's good. I missed the start, but oh well.
Now, you and I spoke yesterday. You had a little bit of trouble getting that ski in the V yesterday.
Yeah, no, we got that today.
Got that today?
Yeah.
So did you just get up and then fall over, or what happened?
Yeah, I got up too quick.
Yeah. stay down a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Mate, you had a good ski once you got going, though. Great experience for
Yeah, felt good. School event.
you. Yep, you'll be back next time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Try and get in that Australian team, mate. It's a pretty hard team to get into. Just getting in the team's a challenge and a.
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Who are we thanking?
Team, mum, dad, everyone came here.
Good on you, mate. Well done. All right, give the kids a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That's our under 14s. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back with more racing real soon. You do.
So we are inside the 5 minutes, so somewhere around 3 minutes to start. So a few of these crews need to push out and get their way out there. This is going to be a big, big showdown on the water. The under 16 boys and girls, 25 minutes plus 1 lap, and what an incredible field we have. We saw Mr. Cody Cartledge yesterday as unstoppable, went out there and gave it 150%, and he will pair up behind the boat of Dragon today. Ashton Vincent, the New Zealand point scorer, did a cracking job, and he will pair up with Jake Hinterhosel in the hijack machine. Ross Vincent looking after him. Maxie McCallum has got Barney the Barn Dog, and Max was a superstar yesterday, looked solid all weekend. Into the girls, of course, Indiana Kennedy going to run out of pole number 1 in the Rapid Pulse. Cam Monahan and Melinda Sheehan. Libby McGowan, Avenger F2, Adrian Bishop and Paul, the skipper, and Lottie Pickles has the big job to do behind enforcing with Adrian van der Sluis and Emma Barnes. And hey, it's not only going to be action on the water, because we have as a special guest commentator for this under 16s none other than Mr. Brad Dutton, team manager in New Zealand. Brad, welcome to the Trans Tasman, mate.
Thank you very much, Murph, and it's great to be here day 2. I think somehow we managed to get it flatter than yesterday today, so it's yeah, great to be at Lake Charm, fantastic venue, and you guys have put it on as hosts for us this weekend. Everything's run seamlessly so far, and it will continue to do so, I'm sure. So yeah, on behalf of Team New Zealand, big thanks to everyone here for putting on a great event and looking after us. And yeah, we've got 3 races to go, and the trophy's still very much on the line. So hopefully these 6 kids that are out here in this juniors race will show us how it's done. We're 1 minute 26 away from race start. So we're looking for, out of pole 1, Cody Cartledge behind Dragon for Team Victoria. Ashton Vincent out of pole 2 behind Hijacked. The Barn Dog with Max McCullum in pole 3. Out of 4, the first of the girls, Indiana Kennedy for Team Victoria behind Rapid Pulse. Out of 5 for Team New Zealand, Libby McGowan behind Avenger F2. And Enforcing with Lottie Pickles out of pole 6, the invitational skier for Team Victoria.
Welcome into the commentary box, Bradley Dunn, and it's always nice to have my old mate here. Beautiful Lake Charm. I don't think you've actually been to Charm before, have you?
Nah, first time for me. I've skied Greens Lake as a young fella, and I've skied Lake Kangaroo one year, but the first time I've been to Lake Charm, and I don't know why you've been hiding it from us, really. It's
What about our studio, mate, that we've got? Just have a look.
Absolutely.
We're sitting in the studio here. It's looking beautiful. Big Bisho Media down there on our desk.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty professional.
All right, we've got the ropes run out here. 10 seconds to start.
Okay, here we go, Bradley. So 15 seconds coming up now. Skiers in the water, ropes go tight. What we're looking for is 6 little orange helmets to pop up out of the water here, Brad. Let's keep an eye on them. We've got 3 up, 4, 5.
Ashton Vincent
6.
with a massively quick start. Whole shot out of pole 2 behind the Hijacked. Ashton weighs about 38 kilos, so it doesn't take much. He's nearly up at idle. I think he might be 48 with his ski on, but
Cody Cartledge there behind the Dragon. Look at the trimming to both of these boats. Both these guys world champion Formula 2 boats, one in women's, one in men's, and Jakey Hinterhosel and Maddie Smith. Tell you what, neither of them is going to want to get beaten by each other. They don't care who's out the back, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. The skiers at this point aren't really being thought of too much. It's just get to that first buoy first and try and make the easier line through that first corner, fastest line. It is quite a tight corner that sort of hooks back on itself to bring us down towards back towards the beach here. But looks like it is the boat and pole 2 for Team New Zealand. That is Hijack with Ashton Vincent. Ash normally skis behind his dad's 200 horsepower back home, which is now no longer sufficient. He's going to have to buy more horsepower for next season because Ash is proven this weekend that he likes skiing over 80 mile an hour. So, and I think this morning was a PB in practice for him, and I'd say probably about now he's possibly doing even more than that again. So great stuff from little Ashton Vincent. He's only 14 years old and got the unenviable task of skiing against Cody Cartledge, the current world junior champion.
I'll tell you what, mate, tipping in hard into the bottom turn here, and both these drivers very, very professional operators. As I say, both of them world championship drivers, so pushing these boats to their limits because, as you said, the skiers are in fact capable of holding these boats licked at the moment. They'd be running up around 87, 88 miles an hour, knowing the props and the setups both these boats are running. We've got a V7 Velocity on the outside and a GTR lab boat on the inside, both powered by the QC4V Mercury 300's. Got to be careful through this start wash here, Brad.
Yeah, it is. It is a little bit gnarly coming through there. The drivers have been doing well to look after their skiers through there. You get the rollers from the start, especially on these first couple of laps. As you see the boats sort of back off a little bit there coming through. As we see Max McCullum leading the two girls there. So Libby and Indiana there, not far behind. So
yeah, Indiana doing a great job there by the Avenger F2. One of the Cyclone hulls, mate. You probably haven't seen too many of those. I don't think you've had any over there in NZ. We've only got a couple of them here in Australia, to be fair. Next boat coming through is in Force and Lottie Pickles. Do you know Andrian Vandersloos, mate?
I actually was talking to him on Friday night, and I actually remember his name from skiing in the Tasman Challenge, I reckon, before I started.
He's actually a stunt pilot.
Yeah.
He's a wild man. So, and did our stunt show at the Southern 80 for us, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I reckon I remember his name from, I don't know, late 90s, maybe early 2000s, coming across and skiing in New Zealand. So good to see these, a lot of these drivers are actually, and obviously observers and stuff are, still hanging around this event. It's, something that draws a lot of people back. I know there's a lot of people back home that would have loved to have come on the trip with us just purely to, be part of it and support the team and support Trans Tasman. Fido
Dutton, mate, the great man, of course. I bet he's chomping at the bit. Hope he's watching at home. If you are,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he watched every lap of every race yesterday, so he probably got not much done. But
probably. DMW Trailers is in lockdown at the moment.
I guess it is. It was a sad day, so that's all right. So we see the first two boats coming through, trimmed off the dial, Matty Smith and the Dragon, and Jacob Hintold's in hijack, within a rope length, these two guys.
This is a boat race at the moment, mate, as much as I hate to say it, but that's the fact of the matter. It is down to Matt Smith and Jake Hintold because both these boys out the back, Cody Cartledge and Ashton Vincent, are just fist in the air, go, go, go.
All
Barney
right.
Patterson bring the barn dog down now through here. Maxie McCallum, he's doing a beautiful job, mate, running as the invitational skier for Victoria. Rapid Pulse, Indiana Kennedy, and just holding out. What have you picked up, mate?
Just the Avenger was rocking and rolling a bit there as it came across this front straight.
A little bit of an elbows up moment there for Adrian Bishop. Mel Sheehan, the observer seat. Libby McGowan doing a beautiful job there in second place. That boat probably would prefer a little bit rougher conditions as well. Quite a steep dead rise on those cyclone hulls, and probably not. Wouldn't be unhappy in these conditions, but I'd probably like to see a little bit of rougher water.
Yeah, and Libby McGowan definitely would love a bit more rough water as well. She pretty well skied the Rapid Pulse flat out for the whole race yesterday. Libby's a very strong skier. She's hard as nails and really loves beating the boys generally is her main aim in life. So she'll be looking to try and catch up to Indiana and as things sort of chop up a bit. I think those two girls raced each other last year in New Zealand, so great to see the battle resume 12 months on.
Yeah, it is. It's mate, like we were just talking about before, that becomes a whole lifelong friendship thing, doesn't it? It's
well, yeah, friendship or bitter enemy.
Either or. I got some of each in the sport, so
I'm pretty sure the girls get on well. But so we see Cody and Ash bring it round again, still within a rope length and a half of each other. So Ash Vincent hanging on the outside.
Seeing Matty Smith being about as aggressive as we've seen him on the trim in that boat here this weekend.
Yeah.
Whereas I'd have to say Jake Hinterholzer doesn't look quite as aggressive in terms of trim angle as he's coming down the straightaway. I know he broke a propeller yesterday, so he might be running a prop that doesn't, like as much trim potentially. But certainly Dragon getting the best of this battle at the moment with Cody Carledge.
Yeah, it might be the fact that the observer for Cody's just rather than saying ups, he's just actually put his hand on the trim switch and just putting that up to the sky.
He might have too, mate. Now Barney Patterson going around there towing Maxie McCallum. Max doing a beautiful job. Gee, he's gone really well this weekend. This could be Barney's maybe second last race. I'm not sure he's retiring, and I'm not sure whether he's going to be doing the point score next week. I'll find out before the end of the day, but the next race for him could actually be his last race. I'm going to confirm that.
And I get the job of sitting next to him
You
in
do,
that
mate,
next race. So.
if that's the case. But tell you what, Libby McGowan pushing along very hard there, mate. I think she's keeping Adrian Bishop very, very busy behind the wheel of that Avenger boat.
Yeah, I'd say she'll probably do that for the full 25 minutes plus a lap. She'll be. She had a pretty big win yesterday after Indiana had a stop there. I think she got a couple of laps on her, so she'll definitely be unhappy sitting in second place at the moment, but she'll be working hard for the remainder of this one. As we see Lottie Pickles come through.
Lottie doing a beautiful job as well. It's great to see her up and about. A good friend of mine, Anthony Pickles' daughter. Anthony's up in Darwin at the moment with Wayne Watson and Brett Dominguez, barra fishing or something ridiculous.
Yeah, someone said in a helicopter. I'm not quite sure how you go fishing in a helicopter. You just jump out and tackle it, or how does that work? You Aussies do things, but we use fishing rods at home.
Well, the last time...
boats.
Well, Wayne Watson, by the way, an engineer for Mazda Australia, one of the smartest and quietest guys I know, was actually shooting fish out of dams with a shotgun from a helicopter. So, yeah, they're a little bit loose, those boys.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to go fishing with Brett Dominguez, actually. I've tried going drinking with him. That doesn't go that good either.
Going fishing with him would be safer than going drinking with him, I can assure you. So, battle continues on, and it is Cody Carledge just making that little bit of a break there on Ashton Vincent at the moment, as these boys still ringing the necks of these two Formula 2 boats. Barn Dog comes through. Maxie McCallum, he's doing a very nice job as well behind the beautiful Cyclone.
Rapid Pulse coming through now with Indiana Kennedy leading the girls for Team Victoria.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a turnaround from yesterday. Indiana's doing a great job.
Pulling up on her back handle there a little bit, mate. So we've got still at 16 minutes to run in this race. We've got a fair way to go, and a hard charging Libby McGowan. I think she's made up some ground there, mate, and we're going to start getting some times on these two as they come through.
Yeah, absolutely. Libby will be looking to close that gap, probably sitting about 15 seconds at the moment, but she'll be looking to really hunt down Indiana in these next few laps, especially as the conditions sort of chop up a little in that last race that I was just out in with the under 14 boys, Div 2. Sort of halfway down this back chute, it got a bit sloppy, and also as the boats go away from the beach here. And even this bottom corner here before they come across the front straight was sort of a little bit sloppy for the skiers, especially these little 12, 13-year-olds that were getting thrown around a little bit.
Just on 13 seconds, the gap between them at the moment on that lap, mate.
15 seconds is a pretty good guess.
I've never known you to be wrong yet, Brad, as I've said before.
So the Dragon, F2, Matt Smith with Cody Cartledge. Cody looked like he's barely awake, just standing there, skiing along at 85 plus mile an hour. That's how easy he's doing it. As we see Ashton Vincent coming through in second spot in the boys.
Charging pretty hard there, mate, and still going very, very hard. Obviously that lap traffic comes into it, but both these boys have had to go around the outside of some outside Lottie Pickles in that particular instance, but any traffic you come across in a Trans Tasman, you do have to go around the outside, mate. It is a rule of Trans Tasman that you have to go around the outside. Yeah,
we try and obviously keep it safe for everyone and fair for everyone. Obviously, we don't want a driver's manoeuvre or something to be the difference between the two skiers, so everyone goes around the outside to keep it easy. Been pretty lucky so far this weekend. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on it, Brad, but so far so good. Yeah, haven't had any breakages or anything. As we see Libby McGowan coming on the hard charge, I think she's probably halved that gap from that last lap round. She's within 150 metres of Indiana now. So
5.3 seconds, Bradley.
There you go. Was that 13 down to 5. So Libby doing a great job there. I'd say in the next lap or two we'll see those two girls side by side, and then it will be all on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting when Indiana looks across to her right shoulder and sees the nose of that beautiful Cyclone hull, the Avenger F2 boat, come up alongside. She might have to start to think about digging deep, but certainly not many points in it at the moment. Obviously, Libby has the upper hand in terms of points by a fairly long way in the overall scheme of things after yesterday's run. But what Indiana needs to do here is try and consolidate some points.
Absolutely. Obviously, comeback in this class will be great for Team Victoria, as we see Cody Cartledge come through once again. Now pulled out a little bit of a lead on Ashton Vincent. As I mentioned earlier, Ashton hasn't had a lot of experience behind F2 boats, so he's doing a great job with his little legs.
Mate, I think he's
hanging in there.
Yeah, he's doing an epic job. You know, these are quick boats, and these conditions, it really is leg-burning stuff, you know, doing these big speeds and trying to keep that ski out in front of you. He's doing an epic job for a young fella. He's going great.
Should give a bit of a shout-out to his dad, Ross, who's observing for him. Normally he actually drives for him and his mum observes, but his mum's decided that now he's going over 70 mile an hour. Dad can do that job.
Fair enough, too. I hate sitting in boats backwards. It's scary. I don't know why you blokes do it. No idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure sometimes either.
well, I always figured that the driver's either got at least the same talent as I've got or less, and I don't want to be in a boat with me half the time.
Absolutely. So as we see the Barn Dog come through once again, third place in the junior boys section. So that's here we go. The race is on in junior girls as we predicted. One lap ago, Libby McGowan, Indiana Kennedy, side-by-side action.
And Libby, you see Indiana just pulling up a little bit there, mate, so she's feeling the heat is on. And Libby looking pretty strong, so I think Libby's on the charge here. And you know what it's like, mate, when you get a bit of a sniff and you've caught the boat in front of you, it tends to incentivise you to push on, as the opposite can sometimes happen if a boat from behind you catches you. So
yeah, absolutely. I always try and, if you're making a passing manoeuvre like that, you really want to try and break that scare that you've caught up and go past them as hard as you can.
Yep.
To, you know, almost prove that you've got a good speed difference on them and you've got them all sorted. But I'm sure Indiana will be wanting to hang in there as long as she can as well. So we see the Dragon come through, the big Lab Sport GTR towing Cody Cartledge.
Beautiful boat, aren't they? These GTR Labs are really impressed by them. And tell you what, though, Matty was doing a bit of wheel work there in the crosswash, just coming through full trim, full lick, and would have had the elbows up, having to be light on the hands and just keep it in straight line.
Yeah, I was talking to Matty last night about you know, how he sort of growing up around the old country ACT and done a fair bit of racing down there, and obviously then he tucks over to Victoria as well and does some racing here, so good to see him getting around as obviously current World F2 men's champion.
Ross Vincent going off in the observer's seat, mate. He's very impressed with Ashton's progress there, and they're doing a great job running second spot at the moment. Yeah,
so we've ticked over 15 minutes in this race of a 25, so we're over halfway. These guys have got 10 minutes plus a lap to go, so probably another 6 laps to go. And the legs will be getting sore. They've had 2 hard races. You know, yesterday's race was probably a little bit rougher than it is today, and you know, I think we had a few tired kids last night. They all went to bed without too much dramas.
Without too much drama.
Yeah, which is always quite good as a team manager, that you don't have to actually physically tie them to the bed to get them to go to sleep. As we see Libby McGowan come through, so we've got a change in the leader of the girls grade. So Libby McGowan takes first place, pulling a couple of rope lengths, 3 rope lengths probably on Indiana in that one lap. So great job by Libby McGowan for Team New Zealand. She'll be wanting to just keep up the pace and you know, drive off into the sunset if she can.
Yeah, well, you know, she's definitely done her job for Team New Zealand, even if we stopped right now, mate, because she's got plenty of points in the bag. Doing a great job. Mate, you probably need to go and introduce yourself to Peyton Varley after this.
Yeah, I know her.
Hey?
I know her. Peyton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know her, do you?
Yeah,
It's
she's
good,
on.
She doesn't really know you that well. Wasn't really aware that you might be a team captain of your own team.
Yeah, she's a little bit blonde sometimes, eh? But she didn't hear me say that, I'm sure.
No. Yeah. That's right, he's okay. He's getting on a plane tomorrow and pissing off. Back from whence he came.
Ashton Vincent coming through, so 17 minutes in now, so another 8 minutes. Ash needs to hang in. I think yesterday he got a lap put on him by Cody, I'm pretty sure, so he's still within half a lap at this stage. So Ashton doing a great job, clawing back some points for Team New Zealand.
And only 7.5 minutes left to run in this one, Brad. So he's doing well, and yeah, I would be surprised if he got lapped in this one, to be honest. Although, what have we got? No, that's Barndog coming.
Yeah, so Barndog coming down the front straight. So that's Max McCallum sitting third spot for the invitational skier for Team Victoria. Just so you're aware, obviously we have our 2 point scorers, one from each country, and then we have basically a skiing reserve, if you like, invitational skier, that if one of the skiers was to get injured from either country on day one, the invitational skier would come in and ski for the point scoring position. But they also ski for themselves, and they can win the race just like either of the point scorers. So they get the same boats each day, and pole 3 in each of the classes. But yeah, that's the whole role of the invitational skier. It doesn't often happen is that they get put into those point scoring positions, but it's good to obviously, given that New Zealand can't travel with extra skiers, it's good to obviously have a reserve that can step in for either country.
Always a little embarrassing for the team selectors when the invitational goes out and smacks the number one.
It is. And sometimes that's hard to pick through the season. Quite often we have to pick the Tasman Challenge team quite early on in the season, because obviously you need organised flights and everything, and then sometimes another skier might come on form later in the season as they get a bit more skiing under their belt. So yeah, it's always a hard choice to pick, when you've got a few skiers that are close together.
Yeah, that's right. When you've got them battling out each weekend, and basically Victoria, I know, just does it based off the point score. So if you're a point score, if you're leading in the point score.
What's going on there, Bisho? Got some ballast coming out of the side of the...
Yeah, mate, we have. Yeah, I don't know why you'd have any on, to be honest with you, to start with. But as I said, the angle of attack and the aggression out of the trim from the boat yesterday to today was quite different. Whether that's something they've discussed as a team, probably, I would say. But certainly I don't think too many people were catching Cody Cartledge this weekend.
Nah, exactly. We sort of prepared Ash and her sister. Unfortunately, drew the two Vincents drew the two Cartledges, which is pretty ironic, I guess. But yeah, we obviously prepared both those kids that it was going to be a tough race. Skiing, I don't think it's ever happened before at Tasman Challenge that 2 world champions have been in one team.
Yeah, there'd be some. I'm sure you could go back through the history books, mate, and work that one out.
Yeah,
in your spare time.
Well, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Has Victoria had any junior world champions before? Junior? We've had 2, but I don't think they definitely weren't in the. Maybe one year that they might have been in the same team at the same time. Jaron Fritz and Christy Sloan. But yeah, I don't think that's ever happened before where we've had to bring and face 2 world champions in one team. It's a big ask. So we see Libby McGowan come through this bottom turn. So there's both our race leaders there, and the girls and the boys. Libby McGowan behind Avenger, and Dragon with Cody Cartledge for Team Victoria.
I'm going to say no to your question. I don't think we have, but I'll stand corrected, but I'm pretty sure we haven't. Epic effort from the Cartledge kids, really, isn't it? It's unbelievable for them to both both go through and clean up the World Championships this year in Gosford, which was some great racing. Amos had a good run as well with yourself, Brad.
Yeah, no, I wasn't observing. I was just crewing for them, but yeah, Amos did do well for his age over in Gosford. We sort of sent him over just as a experience thing. He's only, back then he was only 13 years old, and yeah, he did a great job. Sort of ended up mid-pack, which was a pretty strong field, obviously with 6 Australians out there and a couple of pretty solid Americans as well, and obviously a few from Europe. So yeah, Amos did a great job, and I think it'll stand him in good stead for the next World Champs, wherever they may be next year.
Probably need to keep him off those motorbikes. His talent clearly doesn't extend to riding those things.
No, he's into everything, mountain biking, and it's the reason he's not here was a fall at our national champs. So yeah, unfortunately, we've only got 4 skiers, 4 boys under 18 total at the moment. So that's the reason why we had to have Cam Moore skiing twice, because we actually don't have another skier of age to bring over at the moment. We're a little bit shy in the boys.
It happens from time to time, doesn't it? You go through ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
With your skiers, but.
So yeah, it was real unfortunate. Amos has been skiing really strong all season post his Worlds campaign. You know, obviously everyone throws everything into the Worlds as far as fitness and stuff, and almost sometimes once the pressure of the Worlds is actually off, the training comes to fruition later on in the season, because you know you've had the experience of the Worlds, and then but you're all fit and come back to skiing back at home, and he's been going great guns all season.
Yeah.
So real shame that he couldn't come over, but I'm sure he'll be cheering on the team from home.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah, we'll be watching. So big shout out to you, Amos. Hope you're feeling better, mate. Broken leg, yeah?
No, broken vertebrae, lower back.
Oh, and
so.
Yeah, Murph said it was a motorbike and it was a leg, so was Murph completely
wrong?
Yeah,
Murph's completely wrong, but I wasn't going to say that while he's standing close to me. So no, he fell off a mountain bike and hurt his hand earlier on in the season.
Oh, okay.
Come back from that and had a fall at Nationals. Just water ski racing, just a plain old water ski racing
just
fall.
Just plain old nothing too dangerous.
Nothing special. To be honest with you, he doesn't even ride motorbikes, but I was just going along with what you said, because
I just believe everything Murph tells me. Same as you, he's never been wrong.
Sounded like you knew what you're talking about anyway.
Hey, we've got a minute to go in this race,
we do.
Bradley.
24 minutes, 20 seconds, so the next time Cody Cartledge comes round for Team Victoria with Dragon, we will be seeing a blue flag on board our start boat, and he'll set sail with 1 lap to go of this Lake Charm course and taking down what will be 2,000 points for Team Victoria.
I reckon Matty Smith will be sweating bullets at the moment. His hands will be sore, the arms will be up, although the brave new world of hydraulic steering, mate. I don't know if you've got too many of them over there at NZ. I know you've got a few. I don't know whether you've driven one, have you?
Not yet. I'm about to.
Blue flags out, ladies and gentlemen, and a hard charging Cody. Cartledge picks it up.
Look at that. 25 minutes right now.
Bang on. Bang on.
They judged that okay. Clearly didn't want to ski an extra lap. So the Team Dragon there with Victorians, Cody Cartledge well out in front. But Ashton Vincent putting up a really good fight today, and he should be proud of his ski to stay on that lead lap with the world champion. There's a lot of people at the Worlds that couldn't do that. So
absolutely, mate, 100%, and he's not that far behind. And Ross Vincent's going off in the observer, so I don't know whether you noticed on the last lap, but absolutely impressed with the way his boy's skiing. So that's what it's all about, mate. I tell you what, this has been a great ski by Indiana Kennedy after
that's
a
Libby.
little
That's
bit
Libby.
of Libby going through. Indiana, just talking about her having that little pit stop yesterday.
Yes.
Great to see her back up and going again. But yeah, Libby picks up the blue flag and sets off on her final lap.
Yeah, so a really good comeback from Indiana there today. She's clearly, obviously, had a think last night and wanted to put it back on the water today, and has put a really strong showing out. So well done for her for a fight back there as we see the hijack machine come through. Jacob Hintozel driving, Ross Vincent observing, and Ashton Vincent still looking really solid.
Yeah, going beautifully, and Observer still going bananas in the Observer seat. 1 to go, he's saying. Just looking, my old mate Paul Skipper's out there, mate, observing for Libby, and I was saying to a few people before, my first ever Trans Tasman Challenge, I actually had the privilege of having Skip in the boat with me. He's the first guy I've ever seen get in a boat with about 6 stopwatches and spreadsheets, and mate, he was the most professional guy I've ever come across. He's unbelievable. So he taught me a lot, actually. He taught me that a man with 1 stopwatch knows the time and a man with 2 isn't sure.
He loves the finer details. And as we see...
Here we go, mate. Bring it home.
Dragon F2 coming through. Matt Smith, Cody Cartledge taking down 1,000 points for Team Victoria in this under-16 boys. So well done to Cody. As I say, did it pretty easy in the end there.
Just putting a lap on Maxie McCallum as he comes across the line. In fact, I don't think he quite did. So Max sets off on his final lap. He did get past Indiana Kennedy. And as we just mentioned, great ski from her to come back.
Yeah, so obviously she'll go down a lap there. But a fantastic recovery from her from yesterday. So she'll be second place for the girls.
And that's a good result there for Max McCallum because he actually didn't end up getting lapped there, or, well, not on that particular lap. I don't know whether he got him
I think
earlier.
he might have got him earlier, so he might have been,
But to unlap himself by 1 lap, that's a great effort. Next boat to come through, here's your lady, mate. Bring her home, Libby McGowan.
Yeah, so Libby McGowan for Team New Zealand. Stand up all you Kiwis, bringing Libby home behind the big Avenger F2. Great job from Libby. She's... had a fantastic season back home, cleaned up all the under-16 titles pretty well, so she'll be pretty happy to be finished and able to have a rest now.
Absolutely, mate. Fantastic effort there from Libby as she comes through. A couple more boats left on the track at the moment. This is going to be second place for Team Kiwi. It's Ashton Vincent, and I tell you what, he's put in a storming effort, the young fella. Jake Hinholzer behind the wheel, and Ross Vincent doing observing duties behind the hijack. Ashton Vincent takes second place and valuable points for Team New Zealand.
Yeah, he's probably, we've had some massive improvements in some of our skiers this season, but Ash's efforts this weekend would put him right up there as far as one of our most improved skiers back home. So he just needs to probably grow and eat a little bit more, and he'll be he'll put on, but maybe a couple of kilos and be able to hold that ski in the water to go a little bit faster.
You could be his training coach for eating, Brad.
Yeah, I reckon I could teach him a couple of things, as we see the barn dog coming through, flying over the finish line. So this is our 2 invitational skiers coming across the line together. Fantastic effort by Max McCallum and Lottie Pickles on the inside there. So third place for each of them, and rounding out our field on track. So well done to all our under-16 boys and girls. It was a very clean race. 6 starts, no falls, and 6 finishes. So well done to all the under-16 crews.
Beautiful to have you in the commentary box, mate. We'll never kick you out like someone else did a while ago. We'd love having you here, Bradley. You're welcome anytime. You might come and do the 18s.
Yeah, I'll come to 18s. I've got to go and observe now. But, yeah, I'll come back for the last race of the weekend, which should be a barnstormer.
Absolutely, mate. Thank you so much for having us. Thanks, everybody who's watching at home.
can we have all the competitors in the under-16s that they just ran out there and put on a show up to the commentary box, because it will be time for your interviews. And Dave Bishop, when you are available, could you please return yourself to the commentary position? Thank you.
Test 1, 2. All right, I think we're live. We're live around the world. Libby, smile, it's okay. I nearly got one out of her, folks. Nearly. How was that race, please? Tell me.
Oh, it was alright. Boat driver had some moments and Skip managed to sort them out, so
Were you pushing him along a little bit hard?
yeah.
I just got to check. I think I know who was driving for you. It was 80 Bishop, wasn't it? No relation, by the way, Adrian. He said his helmet was falling off. I said, the head that size, how could your helmet possibly fall off?
God knows.
Maybe he didn't do it up. Yeah, you're pushing him along. That's a relatively new boat to him, and I saw him working pretty hard in the corners. We haven't dealt with a slack rope.
Yeah, quite a little bit. Yeah.
Was that fun?
It was a good laugh.
That was a good laugh. Do you wave up when drivers are in trouble like that?
Nah.
You should.
I just hold on.
Should be a skier's favourite thing. Whenever the driver's in trouble, always wave up. Always, they love it. All right, who are we thanking for this? Because that was your last race. Congratulations, you've won them both. You've done a great job and you've got great points for Team New Zealand. Who are we thanking?
Star Road and all the other sponsors who sponsored the Tasman Challenge and Mum and Dad's bank account.
Yeah, not Mum and Dad, just their bank account.
Yeah.
Righto. Thanks to the bank account. Good on you, Libby. It's been, as much as I've struggled to get words out of you, I think I got more out of you in the last interview than I did in the first interview. So by the time you're about 50, we should be doing some great interviews together. I'll be dead, but thanks, mate. You had fun in Australia?
Yep.
Let's think about that for a while. Thanks, Libby McGowan, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for her. Great job. Thanks, mate. All right, Indiana, get her over here. Come on. You were snot and tears and everything yesterday and didn't want to talk to me, but you did, to your credit, so well done. Thank you for that. You're a different kid today. What happens?
I ski.
I could see that, yeah. Don't tell me stuff I already know. Obviously, did you have a bit of a think about it last night? Like, well, you were a very different skier today to what you were yesterday.
No, just a lot of people talking to me and telling me to do my own race.
Yep. No, not just do what you can do and do your best race, yeah? Cool.
Oh yeah, and Mum offered me a lot of money.
How much money did you make today?
$210.
$210, folks. You good for a loan? I'm not sure we encourage pushy parents like that, but it seemed to work. Who are we thanking, Lib? Oh, Lib. I just Indy?
Mum and Dad, I guess.
You guess.
I suppose. Ski Racing, Victoria.
Yep.
And the sponsors.
Yep, fantastic. We're all down there. We'll talk about them much later. Yep, they're all down there.
No, and Mel.
And Mel?
And Mitch.
And Mitch. Have we missed anybody?
And their dogs.
Indiana Kennedy, thank you very much, mate. You're a weapon today. Good job, and I hope you had a great time. And don't reckon this will be your last Trans Tasman. Maybe. No, it won't. Thanks, mate. Give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Indiana Kennedy. Now, Lottie Pickles. Where's Lottie? Is Lottie here? What do you mean she's gone? Oh, my God. It's ridiculous. Where's Cody Cartledge? Cody here? No, he misses out too. All right, Ashton? No Ashton? Oh, there he is. He's hiding back there. Ashton Vincent, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, this kid, mate, you've skied awesome both days. Well done. Yeah, you've got to talk into that. That's what it's there for. Like down here's no good. Yeah?
Yeah.
Mate, you had a pretty tough job. You're up against a current world champion. He's a little bit older than you as well. But I tell you what, you had a fair go. Is that the fastest you reckon you've skied?
Yeah.
How'd it feel?
All right.
Legs sore?
Yeah, a little.
Who are we thanking, mate? Someone must have made this happen for you.
I know my dad, I guess.
Just your dad, that's it?
Yeah.
Yep. You got a
And my
team?
mum.
Did a team sort of, bring you over here, organise flights, buses, accommodation, spend lots of money, all the people that did fundraising?
Yeah.
Lots to think about, isn't there? These things happen. They
Yeah.
don't just happen, do they?
No.
Yeah, all right, mate. Well, congratulations, you skied very well. Your interviewing skills are horrific, but we're going to keep working on you. I'm going to see you in New Zealand next year, and we're going to have a proper interview where we're going to talk. Does that sound all right? Okay. There's St Vincent, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for him. You're a legend, mate. Well done. Give me one of them. Well done, mate. All right, you other blokes miss out because you're not here. Thanks, everybody. We'll be back with more racing real soon.
All right, so welcome back to the commentary box crew, starting to push their way in. I'm sorry, Dave. I know how hard you've been working this morning, and this is going to be a big one. So the barn dog Patterson realises he's only got a couple of minutes, so we're just almost 2 minutes to start. Barney Patterson, or is it a tactic? Wants to throw a roller out from the boat ramp and maybe sort these people out on lap turn number one. This is the under-14 Div 1 crews out there, and we saw some cracking races yesterday. I'm going to start out with the young man on the deck of Barn Dog. Is Cameron Moore. I know I've said his name 1,000 times this weekend. That is because this is his 4th race. He has represented the whole of Team New Zealand in the under-14 Division 2 and Division 1. So this young kid deserves a little badge of honour, and he's going to be asleep all the way home. As joining me back into the commentary box, perfect timing with about a minute and a half to go, Mr. David Bishop, mate.
I'm all over it like a fat kid on a cupcake, Andrew. Don't worry about that. I was just chatting to Timmy Pickford there, and I saw you firing up, and I thought I'd better get over into the commentary box. His boat's heading out to the start line. Great stuff. I think the interviews with the kids are getting slightly longer every time we interview them.
I listen to you, and you're doing a great job. So you should think about gold mining, extracting what you did. You've got it in you. Mate, there's a big crew out here and some great racing yesterday. Take us through them, Dave.
Let's run through them, mate, as I just get my sheet sorted out on my desk here. But we've got Thirsty out of pole with Curdy Khan, Cam Moore out of 2, Billy Elliott out of 3. So that's our boys. We've got Barn Dog and Corson F2 in that order. Then we've got the ladies, which is Ellison Hollands out of 1, Emily Williamson out of 2, and Jessica Durand out of 3. The boats that they're skiing behind respectively are Thundernuts, 1648 and Avenger. I'm not going to put the F2 on the end of the names of the boats anymore. I'm sick of it. I hate it. I don't know why people do it.
Let's just do it. So it won't be too far away, so we'll almost be 30 seconds. So watching flags on SRV, Rescue 1. Skiers into the water, Bisho. So the drag race down the front straight. We've seen some cracking starts from all this crew. Little Curtis Khan, he'll pop like a cork. He won't even get water on those goggles, mate. He'll be out and gone. Cameron Moore has been a strong starter, and young Billy Elliott got the first 3. Ellie Hollands, she was a bit of a machine in her race. Has got Emily Williamson to contend with and Jess Duran. So,
yep, here we go. So we're watching for 6 helmets to pop up out of the water here, Murph. This is the way I do it. We've got a very good start there on the far outside. I think it's 1648 maybe, but looks like Thirsty Racing gets the best of the start. Thundernuts going with them. But the good news is, mate, everyone out of the start area and away.
They are away clean, and it was a little Curtis Khan, mate, he just popped like a cork. The rope went tight. He had to pick up the slack rope because he just launched, and they are gone ski. Andrew Duran has mashed the pedal to the floor, and a cracking run. And Barn Dog now, Billy Elliott starting to actually come on a little bit down the straight. So 3-way battle with the boys, and a little bit further wide. There's Avenger F2 sitting up there. So, mate, it's all going to happen. We'll wait for them to roll around turn number 1 and get a better read on where they are. We
got our man Dewey Nichols. What is this, a 3rd camera we're hooking up, Scott? Wow-wee. So Dewey's on to the camera, one of Australia's greatest hydroplane drivers, and bringing you some fantastic footage, and just watching the footage there of that's Thirsty Racing just going up through turn number 1. Look at these conditions. If I tell you what, as a boat driver, you're just looking down the deck at that glassy water and just lapping it up. It's beautiful.
Yeah, Curtis Khan is skiing through a sheet of mirrored glass as he rounded that top corner right now. Not even a ripple on the water out the back, but that will change as this unfolds. So 20 minutes plus a full lap with this crew, and Curtis Khan leading the way with Thirsty, just trying to pick up second spot there. I think Barn Dog's actually doing pretty well. So Cameron Moore, I think, is probably holding down second, but right along behind is Billy Elliott and Corson F2. So nothing between these first 3 inside pole runners.
Fantastic racing as they fire down the back straight away. You could throw a blanket over the first 3 boats as they tip into the port turn at the bottom end of this beautiful Lake Charm course here in Kerrang, Victoria. Big shout out to some of our wonderful sponsors: Innovation Rewards, Cuff Constructions, Nick's Built, and of course the beautiful Evans Petroleum as well, Murph. As we see him down the first straightaway, it is Thirsty Racing. Curdy Khan with a rope length back to the on the outside, the Thundernuts. So that's Ellie Hollands.
Mate.
Absolutely up here, charging through. The boys need to be careful down here through the start and finish washers. Let's just hope they all get through there cleanly. But the Bernico Cause an F2, Billy Elliott in there.
Yeah.
Then we've got the Barn Dog coming through, so that's Cam Moore out the back door a little bit, and then Avenger coming through with Jessica Durand.
Yeah, so Avenger's got Jess on board, and she was beautiful yesterday. So they're in the crosswashes there, so working hard behind the wheel is Adrian Bishop. So coming into that real dirty start water, as you have pointed out, Bish, and she's looking very, very nice and solid. But Ellie Hollins, that's why, I know I'm getting old and confused, but that is why I couldn't make out what was going on the top of the field, because she has charged out of pole 4 and is looking to take the lead of the field to the back straightaway.
I had to do a little double take as well. Murph was like, what's going on here? This is a pack of boats that we didn't really expect to be together as they came down through that first corner. But Emily Williamson now behind the 1648. Crew doing a great job there, mate, just backing it down for her. Just get her safely through those start washes, and they'll pick up the pace as they head up down the back straight away. Yeah,
so she's looking really good. So got a lap in the bank, so nice one for point scorer for Victoria here this weekend is the superstar Emily Williamson.
We might need some batteries
for this
microphone.
I think Brad Dutton broke it, but look at the battle now in these absolute glass conditions here at Lake Chum. The wind has shifted a tiny bit, Bisho, now coming front on into the commentary box. If you could call it a wind, I would say zephyr. There's my word of the day, zephyr, a slight breeze that kisses the surface and then disappears. But I think out in front right now is Thirsty, and Barn Dog is right up there in the mix as well, and so too is Thundernuts.
Thundernuts. So Ellie Holland's doing an absolutely epic job for the team in, and I think all the observers are swapped around here, aren't they, mate? We've got, so it's Jeff Wheat Bungle in the boat there with Ellie, of course, and doing a fantastic job. Here we go, this three-way battle, boys and girls out there. So it's Curdy Khan leading. Then it is the Billy Elliott and the Thundernuts there with Ellie Hollands there. And, well, as I've said before, mate, you just throw a blanket over them. It is absolutely on like Donkey Kong between these three. And Ellie Hollands just throwing the cat amongst the pigeons there.
Mate, Billy Elliott, this kid is, he said he didn't probably live up to his own expectations yesterday, but he is on fire right now, this young kid. So loving to see. He's got big Burner Branson. Absolutely, his eyes will be popping out of the helmet to try and keep him on the straight line and keep an eye on that GPS. As through very cleanly is Barney Patterson pedaling for Cam Moore with Brad Dutton looking on board.
Fantastic. As we watch down the front chute here, we've got Jessica Durand. She's doing a great job running in second spot at the moment. The Victorian Invitational skier. Ian the Iceman Kirk keeping a watchful eye on her out of the observer's seat, and Adrian Bishop doing the driving duties of this beautiful cyclone hull. Having a bit of a lonely run at the moment as they go around, but she's skiing very, very well indeed.
15 minutes have ticked on the clock, I should say. So 5 minutes down in this 20-minute haul, the last of the event. So everyone out there's done 2, bar one young man in Cam Moore. He's going to need the courage of a lion to get through this one at the pace they are currently setting, because they are absolutely hauling at the front of the field right now.
1648 coming through. Adam Tuddenham behind the wheel. Joshy, the Moondog Reed in the observer's seat, and Emily Williamson doing a lovely job as she just comes through. It is quite chattery through here. You can hear the hull slapping the water there, Murph.
Yeah, so it's a bit deceiving, and that wind direction has changed, and that can happen at this lake, that you've now got ripples coming from opposite direction. If it continues to build from the direction it is now, it can get quite snotty here. As we know, this is your home lake, Bisho, the one that you call home. So we have seen this place with waves washing up here on the grass with it, mate. It can get very, very nasty when it chooses to.
2007 Australian Victorian Championships racing smock, mate, and it was white caps, and I actually nosedived the bullet out there. It was that big, so it can certainly get pretty wild. Speaking of wild, have a look at this. We got Curdy Khan still leading it by a rope length back to Ellie Hollands. And then you got the cause in F2, Billy Elliott. So the two boys, 1-2, really nothing in them. But Ellie Hollands, she is absolutely on the hard charge here, Murph.
She certainly is, mate. Curtis Khan, only 13 years of age, mate. The Khan dog, as he calls himself. So third time making it into a Trans Tasman team. He loves this with a passion. First race was Mildura.
A few microphone drums.
Yeah, that's all right. I think I'm just peaking too early, Bish. I'm too excited. Cam Moore, one more lap in the bank for Team New Zealand. But he is the point scorer, and he's, I said, this kid will be absolutely cooked. He's had to pad up because of young mate Amos not being able to be here with us. And, yeah, he's going to really be in the hurt locker for this one, but doing a good job right now of keeping up with the flying Curtis Khan.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's Cammy Moore there. He can hold his head high, can't he, after this effort this weekend for his team, New Zealand, doing a lot of laps and a lot of miles.
Jess Duran, the 13-year-old from Longford, first time at Trans Tasman and looking very, very sharp out there.
Wave up there too, Murfinator.
Give him a bit of courage. I did say to the kids, make sure that when you come past the start-finish, boy, you give a big wave up because you're on camera. But just let the observer know you don't mean it. If you see one coming out of the corner, then no, I'm kidding. She looks really comfortable there. So she looks like she's ready to push on with it a little bit. Is the beautiful Jess. So first race was in 2022, actually at Robinvale. So and then first point score was at Ballarat last year. Favourite race, the Mildura 100. So we know that she's not 100% right because that is a very, very long, hard, fast race. That one. She thinks that's her favourite. Well. She's a glutton for punishment.
She is, mate. It's certainly good for the skiing, though. Plenty of time under the legs, and that's what ski racing's all about. It's all about your fitness at the end of the day. I mean, obviously you need the ability, but you've got to have that. Look at this.
Wow.
This is the first time we've seen this weekend, mate.
Yep.
One of the girls leading outright, Natalie Holland's now leading outright as she comes past Curdy Khan there. We've had Billy Elliott just drop out the back door, not too much. It's probably 2 or 3 rope links in it now, back to Curtis Khan.
Yep.
But Ellie Hollands, she is absolutely wanting to trail up the boys here. I'll give you the tip.
Yeah, and obviously being the team sport, she's pushing for all she's worth. Every second is going to count towards the points tally, and trying doing the best she can to look after young Cam Moore, who's out there, as said, with the legs on fire. So she's out there ripping right into it now.
Oh, Murph.
Pardon, sorry about that one. Caught me
Swallowed a
off guard.
fly.
Yeah, what you should do when you cough is put the microphone at your mouth, not take it away.
Do they have flies in New Zealand?
No, I don't think so.
No. They don't have flies, they don't have snakes. Do they have spiders?
Nah, they got nothing.
Boring.
They got spates.
Nothing will kill you over there.
Nothing. Nothing. Except for Greg Dutton in a 1750 bullet.
Yeah, well,
he'll be listening.
Yeah, definitely.
Emily Williamson, point scorer, puts another one in the bank, so she cruises past in the 16:48, looking very, very nice indeed. And Barndog, mate, Barney Patterson, he's done a bit of work today this weekend, has Barney?
Now, Barney's actually retiring from water ski racing. Barney's been around since the early 1990s, before me. He was racing a little 1600 bullet named Rubble back in those days, and he's been through the ranks, and he's been an absolute stalwart of ski racing. This is his last Trans Tasman. He's done a lot of Trans Tasmans in those years, and I think next weekend, mate, is his last ever point score, and I won't be here for that.
Yeah.
So I'm giving him the big talk up now. You've been an absolute icon and an ornament to the sport, Barney Patterson. You're a superstar.
He certainly has, mate. He's been, and look, even here this weekend, he was here putting the course out. That's why he couldn't join us on Friday night, putting turn boys in, getting the gear organised. He does the same for the powerboat racing. He's just one of those humans that you want to have in your life, and the sport, and particularly the skiers that he has looked after and brought through. I hate to think that list is, that's a toilet roll of names.
There probably wouldn't be a skier here that hasn't skied behind Barney at some stage. And I'm talking about even blokes like Adam Khan that have been racing their whole lives. I bet you Adam at some point's either observed or raced with Barney Patterson. So they come through now, and that's the Thundernuts now with Ellie Hollands, now with about a rope length on Curtis Khan, and then a couple of rope links back to Billy Elliott. So Curtis Khan leading the boys, Billy Elliott running in second spot, and Ellie Hollands not only leading in women's or girls, but she's also leading outright.
This race outright, yeah. Jess Durand went through as well in Avengers, so another lap in the bank for her. I tell you what, I reckon Billy Elliott probably made up a couple of seconds that time through. He's definitely not getting thrown out the back of a really quick early start. And I heard Brad talking with you a little bit tactically about it. You know that putting that pressure on early, and then you've got to settle in because this is a long race. Clock ticking down now. We've been running for about 12 minutes, so about 8 minutes left to run. So yeah, mentally it's challenging as well, Bish. So it's good to see Billy pushing on a little bit there and maybe starting to close that gap a little bit to his mate Curtis Khan.
Yeah, I'll get a time on them as they come through, Murph, because you're right. I think it's going to get a little bit interesting towards the end of this one. We've got about 7 minutes left to run, or sorry, nearly 8 minutes left to run in this race. So still a little while to go, but it is starting to wind down.
Yeah, through goes Cam Moore. So yeah, he's still looking good. So the form looks good. Obviously, the boat pace is down a little bit. So obviously they need to look after him. You know, it gets to the stage, and you know it's over. You would have seen it that. If you go too hard, too long, literally the lactic acid builds up and the kids lose all their stability, and you really might have to knock off 15, 20 mile an hour to give them enough of a break. So you really want to try and temper your enthusiasm in the observer's seat, and that's why that relationship is so important.
It is, mate. As a driver, you know, you're driving along, you'll be cracking along, and everything's going really well, and you're not getting any downs for maybe the first 10 minutes. Then you get the first down, and you're like, oh, okay, and you let's face it, all of us drivers have done it. You give them bugger all. You give them maybe 200 revs off, and then you get another whack in the arm, and you give them 300, 400, 500 revs off, and then you start getting a few more whacks in the arm, and you're like, no, that's it. We're done. We're cooked.
We're cooked.
So, it happens, and you know when your skiers and good observers are all over that stuff, as all the observers out here are, you know, very, very experienced campaigners.
Aren't they? They're coming at us 3 wide now. Ellie Hollins. Big shout out from Geordie Woodmass over there in New Zealand, and Emma Lake she's in Cam Moore's camp. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. So those two, Ellie Hollins now, she's still got Curtis Carter inside, and just inside there is the beautiful Jess Duran. So doing it beautifully right now.
You can hear the boats backing off coming down into this corner, mate, so it's obviously just a little bit lumpy there, and you actually see Cam getting a little bit of, not slack rope, but just having to pull up there a bit as the pace comes off the boat a little bit. So just got a time there between Billy Elliott behind Corson, who just went through. The gap between him and Curtis Carn's about 17 seconds.
Yeah, wow. So that's really tight. The obviously this 1,000-point series, but yeah, he looks like he's doing a very, very nice job out there today, Billy, and it's great to see. Skied well yesterday, and taking nothing away from that, but today he seems to have the horns on, so got a little bit to prove, Dave.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll get him again on the next lap. We've only got about 5.5 minutes left to run in this race before we see a blue flag plus 1 lap. Barney Patterson brings the barn dog down through with Cam Moore, doing it nicely, but has just dropped back a little bit from the two Aussie skiers.
Yeah, the stance on, he's still got an aggressive stance on him, so the head's, his head's still down. He's still, obviously, that's a bit more, he's still got that front leg strength. So obviously, when you see the heads pop up a little bit, you know that they're really starting to fatigue. So that's a good sign for Cam. He's only got sort of 5 minutes and a lap to get through.
And I'm sure he is, Murph, but I haven't seen him pulling up, getting some slack rope, adjusting. That's usually a sign of skiers getting a little bit tired as well when they start to pull up on their front handle, just the backhand, you're getting sore.
Yep.
But I haven't seen much of that from him through here, and that's normally where you're going to see it. So, no, I think he's still going pretty strong, and like we've said, credit to him, he's done a lot of laps this weekend.
Thanks, Jackie. We absolutely agree that he's doing an amazing job out there. If you're on GP Hydro live streaming, being beamed around the world, obviously your messages of support are being read by all of the crews here on the bank as well. Clock ticks, Bisho. We're under 5 minutes to run. The big blue machine of Thirsty.
Geez, Merce getting looked after here.
What's going on here?
Oh, thank you. I'm getting looked after too. We've got chips and gravy.
Have we? Righto. So here comes Thundernuts. They're going to be the first boat in across here right now. So this is Ellison Hollins. Gino Hollins will be down there pumping fists on board the boats. Jeff, the dairy farmer to the stars, weak. Actually, I don't think he's a dairy farmer anymore, but he's going to stick with that nickname.
Once you've got a nickname, mate, it stays.
It's stuck, yeah. They don't call me Jacques, the race car driver, for nothing.
Well, it's actually Bungle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Bungle.
Where does the Bungle come from?
Oh, there was that one time when the Bungle was banned.
Bandcamp.
I think that was it. no, Bandcamp. That's a different story. That's an after-hours one. Curdy Khan looking $1 million as well. So in the big blue thirsty machine, or behind the big blue thirsty
last
machine.
Time, mate? It was 17
seconds.
Yeah, he's lost 10 seconds.
Okay, so starting to drop off. If anything, I reckon Curtis is probably pushing on a little bit harder now that he's got Ali on. She's sort of taking him with him. They know that they've got 3 and a bit minutes to go, so trying to manage the fatigue. Jess Durant, she's skiing beautifully.
She's doing a beautiful job, mate, out there. And
got the Iceman looking after, and a well-managed race from that camp in the Avenger F2.
Point scorer for Victoria, Emily Williamson, just coming through there now behind the 16:48. And the barn dog pushing on with Cam Moore. He's just getting some lap traffic there, and Observer going ballistic in that barn dog machine, which is Brad Fido Dutton. Brad, we will be Fido eventually, won't he? He will earn that
I don't think
nickname.
he'll be that annoying, will he? Who knows?
No, maybe. Shout out to Fido if you're watching, mate. We love you. And as we do the whole Dutton family, the doyens of water ski racing. Jump on the Hose Down podcast. There's a few good podcasts going around at the moment, mate. I started it, but I'm probably not as good as Mitch Williams, but I did a great podcast with Fido Dutton when I was over in New Zealand last time. Jump on board. It's called The Hose Down. You'll find it on Spotify. And also, as I mentioned, Mitchy Williams doing a great job with his 100 Mile an Hour Club.
Yeah, it's
also
great stuff.
on Spotify as well. And he's done some great interviews too. So plenty of good podcasts going around about water ski racing now, Murph, which is great to see.
It is. If it's a sport you're passionate about, sometimes it's hard to get the inside stories. You know, we're not mainstream TV stuff, so yeah, really informative and entertaining. Great thing for when you're on a drive home or something like that to get in the car. But have a look at this now. Ellison Hollins. Wowee. You need 100 metres, Bisho. She's got 100 plus, so they can just run a clean line on the pins. I think it's Hinterhosel behind the wheel, and it certainly is driving the Thunder Nuts with Jeff Week. So they have really pushed on hard, and Curdy Khan, he's leaning back in now. He's feeling it, this young fella. It's been a cracking pace, this race.
Yeah, it has, mate. They're really pushing on, and Curtis has been doing a great job. And he doesn't need to be trying to go with Ellie Hollins. There's no, Ellie Hollins. He's running his own race, and he's well and truly out in front. And I should have grabbed a time on him then because he made about 10 seconds on the last lap over this man here, which is Billy Elliott. I did get a time on him, so I'll just have to wait for him to go up the back straight before I can give you the time. But he was about 27 seconds down on the previous lap, Murphinator.
Billy working hard, taking a bit of pressure off the backhands there, so he's starting to feel it a little bit, but we're within a minute this time on the unofficial clock left to run. So nearly about to 30 seconds, so I reckon next time.
Yep, we'll see a blue flag.
We'll definitely see a blue flag, but it's going to be another lap, a couple of laps to run. So, Jess.
Lost about another 5 seconds on that lap, mate. So Billy just dropping away a little bit on Curtis there. Avenger F2, Jessica Duran goes through, and then the barn dog goes through and ticks off another lap. Cam Moore running in second place for Team New Zealand.
Yeah, you can see the fatigue starting to set in those legs now, Bish, with little Cam, so they need to really keep an eye on him in that boat. He's looking good, but there's a fair bit of movement in the ski there. Obviously, he's in the dirty water behind Avenger F2 as well. Isn't helping his cause, but the pace is magnificent. Like taking nothing away from young Khan, he's got half a lap on him. But this is he's put on a bit of a show out in front from the boys' point of view. But Cam Moore hanging in there, the determination. You said these kids you've been interviewing, they are kids, 11, 12, 13 years of age. And
absolutely. Yeah,
they don't want to talk in a microphone, but they can go out there and do this stuff. It's just incredible.
Hey, don't worry. For everybody that's watching, the minute they walk out of the commentary box here, they're all chatting and laughing and having a great old time.
Doing a TikTok to 1 million followers somewhere. Yep. Heather Green's in Camp Alley shouting from the other side of the world in New Zealand, and Mum and Laura are shouting as well for this young lady. Go Alison Jeff Week, the dairy farmer, is going to fall out of the boat.
Absolutely.
Is that a blue flag? No, a green flag.
Blue flag, mate.
That is the blue flag that time through.
One to go. Ellie Hollins leading the boys. The first time we've seen it this weekend. She is absolutely on the hard charge and wants to prove a point here this afternoon.
Mate, the crowd's starting to get a bit vocal, mate. That blue flag comes up. They're just egging them on. Point scorer Em Williamson, she's out there racking them up as she rolls through one more time.
Curtis Khan just running around the outside there. He's doing an epic job leading in at the under-14 boys. This is Division 1 and doing a great job here this afternoon at the beautiful Lake Charm, the home of water ski racing in Victoria. I'm surprised at some of the older Kiwis that have come over that have never been here to Lake Charm.
Yeah, I know. That surprised me too, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. And considering this is where the majority of point score racing happens for Ski Racing Victoria, and has for about the last 15 years now, as we watch Billy Elliott come through. Adam Khan observing. I don't know who's observing. Adrian Vandersloot. Blaze Branson driving.
Mate, look at this. We've got not only the observer with two hands in the air getting pumped up for the young Kiwi kid, but Barney Patterson has got the fist in the air as well. He's egging them on. They know this kid's tired. He's got the blue flag. Maybe Barney's tired as well. He's seen the blue flag and he's giving it the old, yeah, one to go.
Well, he is well into his 90s.
Yeah,
so, you know.
106 years old.
Last Trans Tasman Challenge lap starts for Barney Patterson. He's retiring after next weekend's point score, as we see the Avenger F2 with Jessica Duran doing a lovely job there. A.D. Bishop and he and the Iceman Kirk in the observer's seat.
Yep, Jess from Longford picking up the blue flag. One more to go. The legs will be burning. Everything will be hurting.
Absolutely, mate. It's been a great race, and I tell you what, it's been an epic run there from Ellie Hollands. She's just been absolutely sensational. Bungle in the observer's seat, Jake the Snake, Hinterholzel on driving duties in the Thundernuts machine. It's a V7 Velocity, the former 300 boat, and she is going to come through for the outright win. Ladies and gentlemen, all you Kiwis, stand up, wave your hats on programs. Ellie Hollands takes the win outright, wins women's.
Wow, from a wide pole too. So she came out of pole 4, had to do the hard yards, and put your hands together. Keep it rolling for Mr. Curtis Khan, Victoria's finest. Look at the young gun. He's nearly knocked his own helmet off. He was fist bumping that hard.
Fantastic. And Dad Adam Khan, one of the coolest cats I know, just puts the hand up and goes, good job,
not
boy.
bad, son. Taught him everything he knows, but we all know the fact Mum's over there in the tower doing the timing and stuff, and she's just about falling over.
Yeah, it's great stuff.
What a great run from that young, the little ginger whippersnapper. He's done a cracking job.
His dad, Adam Khan, who is my man crush, as many people know, done a lot of observing with me driving, and he is one of the coolest cats you'll see in a race boat. Very good skier in his day. He used to ski behind a twin rig, and he used to ski behind a blown Spectra called Dog Breath.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah.
Great. Interesting boat, shocking name.
Shocking name, and didn't finish a lot of races.
Look at the strong finish out of this young kid. This is Billy Pickles, and look at the pace that he's bringing down past the home straight. Go nuts for him, Team Victoria, your reserve driver, skier I should say, done a cracking job.
Barney Patterson's final race in a Trans Tasman, ladies and gentlemen, comes through. Cam Moore for New Zealand, a great run for him. Brad Dutton in the observer's seat. We salute you, Barney. I'm not going to be here next week, so I'm going to get in my goodbyes to him now. Obviously, Barney will be hanging around ski racing just as much as ever, and probably doing more work for the club once he stops racing. But, mate, you have been a sensation. It has been a great time racing with you, son.
And here comes your Victorian point scorer, ladies and gentlemen. So put your hands together, go a little bit bananas for the one, the only, Emily Williamson. So she's done a tough, brought it home on board 16:48.
Great stuff. She pumps the air. She's happy with that one, mate. Fantastic
She was pretty tough
stuff.
on herself yesterday, and great to see it. As were a few of these kids, there's a lot of pressure in this event, and they can all hold their heads up high for getting the job done. One boat to come, mate. This is Avenger F2.
Jessica Durand coming through. She's done a wonderful job as well. She is the invitational skier for Victoria, and she's behind A.D. Bishop's Avenger F2. Ian the Iceman Kirk in the observer's seat. Put your hands together for Jessica Durand. She's done. She gives a little up across the line. Good job from her. Well done. Well, Murph, that wraps up race number 3, the penultimate race for today. I've used that word twice now this weekend. Yeah, I still don't know what it means. So we are going to take a short break. We'll be back. We'll get some interviews done with these kids very shortly. Hopefully we get something out of them. I'm working really hard, folks, at home. But we're going to take a break, Murph, and we'll be back with more racing. This is the 2024 Trans Tasman Challenge here at Lake Charm. We'll see you real soon. Test, test, test. 1, 2. Okay. All right, we need the winners and grinners and all others from that last race over to the commentary box, please. Come over and get some interviews for the fans at home, please. To here, or oh, can you move it? Test 1, 2. Just turned my microphone on and we'll be okay, Curdy. They work better when you turn them on, mate. That's a little tip for when you're doing interviews, all right? Mate, that was a great race. How good was that?
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit rough out there today, though.
You reckon it was a bit rougher today than yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You were probably cracking along a little bit harder too, though, I thought. Did you feel like you were?
Did feel a bit quicker, and I think I made it more consistent. Whereas yesterday, I had 2 bad laps where I backed off.
What were you thinking about Ellie coming around the outside there? Did you just ignore that and just let her go, or you want to go racing?
Yeah, well, she's a pretty good skier, so I was just like, yeah, she can go whatever. I'll just run my own race.
Yep, doesn't make any difference to your race. But tell you what, you went with her there for a while. It was good racing.
Yeah, I was surprised about that.
Is your dad the coolest cat to have in a boat that you could ever imagine?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's all right, isn't he? I saw him pumping you were pumping the air across the line. He just gave it a little bit of a yeah, mate. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're lucky to have a good operator like him as a dad, and you're skiing really well, mate. Good to have you out there. Second Trans Tasman, isn't it, for you?
Yeah, second one.
Second one. You've enjoyed it here in your home track?
Yep.
Bit different to going overseas, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot different.
Yeah. Well, you've done your job for Victoria, mate. You've got a bag of points. Well done.
Thank you.
Who are you thanking?
Dad mainly and the rest of my family.
What about that other Sheila over there? Yeah, Mum as well. Thanks, Bern. All right, mate. Good job today. Good job yesterday. You can go and have a red cordial now. Cheers, Curdy. Good on you, mate. All right, now who do I need? I need Cameron. Where's Cameron? There he is. He's almost smiling. Mate, how many laps have you done today, please? Neither do I. That's why I asked. You've been scaring around and scaring around. How'd you go at the end? Were you starting to get tired?
Yeah, I was just trying to hold on.
You look pretty good. You're pretty comfortable still?
Yeah, but like my legs are a bit sore and stuff.
We can go and relax now, mate. That's a great job today. And great job all weekend. You've done your job for Team New Zealand. You've skied, what, 4 races? Yeah, it's more skiing than anybody else has done this weekend, so well done, mate.
Thank you.
Good on you, buddy. Thanks, Cam. Good on you, mate. Give you a round of applause. Billy Elliott. Here he is. There you go, mate. Congratulations, Billy. That was a great race.
Yeah.
Yeah. How'd you enjoy it?
Pretty good. It was fun.
What was the water conditions like?
Rough.
Rough. It's fast, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff. That Bernico, a good thing to ski behind, is it? How'd that Burner Branson kid go driving for you?
Pretty good.
Did a good job? Yeah, he's all right, isn't he? Who you thanking?
Mum, Dad, sister, and the team.
Good on you, mate. It's good to have you out here. You did a great job, and congratulations. We'll see your presentation.
Yep.
Good on you. Billy Elliott, ladies and gentlemen. Well done, mate. All right. Ellie Hollins, where's she? And she's smiling now. This is good. Ellie, what were you doing out there, mate?
Skiing.
Yeah, pretty bloody fast, I'd have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see this kid in front of you, Curdy, and think, oh, I want to beat all these boys as well?
Yeah.
So you got a cracking start. You sort of had to do it from, pole 4, wasn't it, on the outside? You must have attacked corner first turn pretty hard.
Yeah.
Good fun?
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
You like beating the boys, don't you?
Yeah.
Mate, good job. Who are we thanking? It's your last race for the weekend.
My parents and just all the supporters that have helped me get over here.
Absolutely great job, mate. It was a lot of fun watching you kill all the boys out there, so I know it's your favourite thing, passing boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, good on you. Well done, Ellie. Ellie Hollins, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Congratulations, mate. Thank you. All right. Jessica Durand. Jessica Durand. Get her over here. Avenger F2. There you go, mate. There's a microphone for you. That's a microphone. You talk into them. How was that?
Good.
You did really well. Second place.
Yeah.
Fantastic. How'd that 80 Bishop guy go?
Oh, yeah, he was good.
Yeah, you forgot who he was. Yeah. Most people do. Don't feel bad about that. What about that guy in the observer seat? We call him the Iceman. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did.
You did. I gave him that nickname. You know why I gave him that nickname?
No.
Because he's the coolest cat there is, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah, pretty good observer.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
Good
no,
observer.
took all your downs, took all your ups.
Yep.
Saw a few ups at the end here. Who are we thanking, mate? You've had a great weekend.
My parents for bringing me here and the whole team for just making it a good weekend.
Fantastic. Well done. Good job. Jessica Durand, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have her on board. And last but certainly not least is the beautiful M. Williamson. Look at her in her. Is that a oonsie?
No.
That thing you're wearing? What is it?
It's a hoodie towel.
A hoodie towel. Why are you
Yeah.
looking at me like that? I'm 55 years old. I wouldn't know what that was. I'm the same age as your father.
Dad's 51, so get it right.
Shit, I'm older than him. And he's a better skier than me too. Wouldn't be hard. How was that? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good. Bit hard. First straight, beautiful.
Yes. Could have just kicked the ski off and barefooted up there, couldn't you?
I don't know how to barefoot. I'll give you that. But yeah, it was getting fairly rough.
Oh, what happens here? We've lost the microphone. Hang on, we'll fix that. Oh, it's coming good again. Sorry, mate.
Anyway, as I was saying,
Yes.
The front straight, when all the boats kept on passing there, it was so rough, and start rollers there on the second lap was just, I came over and I was like, holy hell, what is this? Back straight that one there was okay, but back corner was definitely one of the best ones.
Yep.
So smooth.
Beautiful.
Then got Curtis lapping me, and I'm like, can you not?
Yeah, it was not very fair, was it? But
He laps me in all the smooth spots. It's annoying.
yeah, I know. It's because he's going really slow in the rough water.
Yeah.
You know, so he's passing the smooth bits. What
Yeah,
about
right.
that the Moondog in the observer seat? I saw him looking after you through here. He came down pretty fast and then
Yeah.
to back off. No wave downs, just the crew looking after you.
Mm.
That's a good crew, that.
Yeah, well, he didn't break my arm at practice.
Yes,
So.
true, like he did your sister last year. Mm. Yeah, well done, Moondog. Well done on not killing one of your skiers. All right, mate. Well, who are we thanking? This is your last race. Well done.
Probably, definitely Josh a lot because he obviously pushed me and kept me grounded.
Yep.
But everyone in my family but Hayley. Love you. I'm kidding. I love you, Hayley.
Just jokes. They won't hurt you, Hayley. She won't hurt you the way Josh did. All right, Em. Good job, mate. Well done. Congratulations. We loved watching you ski out there. We hope you had a great Trans Tasman challenge.
Yeah, it was a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. Nice yellow Crocs, too. I had
Thank
a pair,
you.
but mine mysteriously
I love my
disappeared.
Crocs.
Well done. Give a round of applause, Emily Williams and ladies
Thank
and
you.
gentlemen. All right, folks. We'll be back with the final race of the day very shortly. We're going to eat chips and gravy right now. We'll be back real soon. They are getting better. Maybe I'm getting better at extracting.
So around 3 minutes to start, ladies and gentlemen, of this final race. So this is going to be big. The under-18 boys and girls, the hardest charges. The speed cap is not an issue. It is a marathon, 35 minutes of toughing it out here at the magnificent Lake Charm, plus 1 lap, and we have some of the best in the business, and this is going to be one hell of a race. Of course, the world champion Leilani Cartledge is out there. Number 1 in Revenge F2, sorry, in pole number 4, which is the righto. So out of pole number 1 is Kieran Fluffy Harvey behind the boat, 16:48. Sorry about that, got a microphone problem. How about I just let Bisho do these intros while I square this up?
We've got a bit of microphone drama, folks, so we're just trying to sort that out. But I think mine's working okay at the moment. So we'll just start at the top. Thursday race, no, that was the last race. I better go to the next race, hadn't I? Last race of the day, folks, 35 minutes plus a lap. It is our under-18s, and the boat out of pole 1 is the 16:48, and it is towing Kieran Harvey. Out of pole number 2, Jordan Court behind Dragon. Waston Doe will be out of 3 with Xavier Malik. Madison Vincent will be the first of our girls. She's pole 4, but pole 1 in the ladies, of course. Behind Revenge F2. Hijack will be out of 5 with Lele Cartledge, and Demi Optical behind Enforcen will be out of pole number 6 or pole number 3 in the girls category. Should be a cracking race, this one, Murph. Certainly looking forward to it, and we are within a minute to start. So boats start going through the start gates now. So you can see, Murph, I don't know whether you've ever taken much notice, but you have 2 boys here at the front. These are the start gates. You can't go through there until 30 seconds to start. So you can see a few of them dropping back a little bit earlier before the start gates, and that's probably because they know how long their ropes are. You see on the far outside, they're Enforce and Denny Optical. They've dropped back in probably further back than I would. You want to be right up with the pack, because the problem with these mass starts is when you get going, if you're back that far,
you've got to ski through all the crosswash. Yeah, it's going to get very untidy.
Crap. So you don't want that. So I'd be way up on the start line. As I say about river racing, mate, you've got to be on the line. You can't be wasting time, but it's a good start. And 16:48 gets the best of them with Kieran Harvey, and absolutely blast away out of the start line. Adam Tuddenham behind the wheel, and glassy conditions outside them. The Dragon with Jordan Court gets a great start as well, and then outside them...
I'll tell you what, Matty Vincent, I think it was, mate, in Revenge F2, they got a flyer as well, so out of pole 4, mate, they're right up at the front of the field right now, so that's a really nice start from her too. So we got the microphone working again, mate, and yeah, that's a good even start, and as you mentioned, all away safe and clean.
Lele Cartledge, mate, got a cracker behind Hijack as well. So there'll be plenty of stomping on the ump button down the first straightaway for all these drivers.
Yeah. Looking at this beautiful vision from GP Hydro, mate, I can see observers' arms in the air everywhere. It's just a sea of ups, and there's some heads tucked down to try and lower the wind resistance and maximise boat speeds.
It's a whole lot of, I know, we are.
Yeah, I'm already doing it. If I push any harder, I've got to put my foot through the bottom, Fred Flintstone style. So all around clean out the top turn, Bish.
Our timer, Scotty, is wrong as well. It's a 35-minute race, this one. So we'll fix that up. Scotty's on the camera, but we will, just for those watching at home, that don't disregard the time at the moment, because it's 5 minutes out. So down the back straight away we go.
Have a look at the trim attitude on these 2 lead boats. They are pegged, absolutely pegged. Can't even pick up who it is with that afternoon sun, but to the boat to the inside is Dragon, actually, and just picking up the vision, and that's Hijack. So Dragon and Hijack locking horns.
This is going to be a cracker down through the bottom turn, Murph, and I tell you what, as a boat driver, this is the most fun you can have with your pants on, just tipping it into that port turn. Beautiful, smooth conditions. No one's been through. Slide through, and grouse fun. But this is where they need to be careful. Start, finish washes. 16:48. Kieran Harvey leading Jordan Court there behind the Dragon, and round the outside. Have a look. At Lele Cartley
She's
having a
going.
real go.
There you go. That makes much more sense now that I can see it in person. Here's a big push. So calls an F2. So there's the point scorer. Revenge F2 from New Zealand, Maddie Vincent. She's not going anywhere, so she's sitting in the wash of the current world champion on a little bit of a wider line, so she's absolutely on fire right now as well. That's some good tight racing, Bisho, in both those fields.
That is. Look how messy that bottom corner is there once all those boats have gone through too, Murph. So these kids and crews doing an awesome job. Everybody getting through the most dangerous corner in the race, which is actually turn number 3, all clean and fast. Fantastic racing. 16:48, Kieran Harvey for New Zealand. Galloway, the observer, Adam Tuddenham, the driver, doing an awesome job as they push hard down into the top turn.
I tell you what, Demi Optical has got Enforcen absolutely pinned there. That boat is trimmed for the moon, and she is really flying down that back straight right now. So it's good to see her up there and full of confidence. This is 35 minutes, so it's a long race, but as I said, you want to stay with the field, and doing it beautifully right now is the magnificent Demi Optical around the top turn. So a little bit of crosswash coming through on our vision up there, Bish, but they're through nice and clean. Look at this drag race at the front, 16:48. Just to their outside is Hijacked is up there as well. There's nothing in boat speed between these first two boats.
Correction on the driver of 16:48, mate. It is actually Cam Monahan again, as he did yesterday. We've got Adam on our list here, so thank you, Brad Dutton, who's rolled into the commentary box and can probably join us a little bit for this one as well. We'll come over and have a quick chat with Bradley. Come over here, Brad.
Gee, actions around the last corner now. So as they roll through, who will it be? We've got Kieran Harvey, the New Zealand point scorer, running behind 16:48 on the inside pole, but he's up against the hard as nails. Jordan Court to the outside of him. But I tell you what, Harvey is he's put some wood on the boat of Dragon, and coming into the equation is Leilani Cartledge in Hijacked. So a little bit of pressure on Matty Smith there, boys, that he's got to thread the needle between these two super fast machines out in front, and that's some cracking racing.
Bradley Dutton, welcome to the commentary box, mate. I got him, mate. You're right. Welcome to the commentary box. This is absolutely going on at the head of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see Leilani giving the boys a run right from the start today, and I'd say probably the most difficult job in that front pack's probably Matt Smith, trying to keep the Dragon up and with pace, but in that middle lane.
Yeah, he's having to work really hard, and you know what he's dealing with, mate, as I do. He's dealing with crosswash, trying to get that boat turned in, and trying not to be on the cusp of everybody's washes, and still trying to keep the boat going with plenty of trim in it.
And probably Bob Court yelling at him the whole time.
The little leprechaun yelling at him, yes, I know.
To be sure.
He's not Irish, he's a Pom, which is almost worse. But, no, doing a good job. What are you wearing, Brad? What is that thing?
This is, you guys don't get this, but this is the Warriors, the New Zealand Warriors, up the Was, which is New Zealand's favourite sports team at the moment.
Oh, okay. What do they play? Some sort of rugby, do they?
Yeah, rugby league.
Oh, yeah.
Against like the Melbourne Storm.
You look a bit like a fridge, mate, with some bad fridge magnets.
A bit like a Chrysler outboard, you look like.
And how reliable they were. Hey, mate, there's a bit of a move coming at the head of the field here, boys, because I think you'll find 16:48. The New Zealand challenger of Kieran Harvey is now opened up a wee bit of a gap on Dragon, so we might start to run some times right now. We saw Jordan Court yesterday. He was invincible. He just skied the wheels off this thing, but this clean water run from Kieran Harvey on the inside pole paying dividends.
Absolutely trimmed off its noodle. Cam Monahan pushing hard. Jakey Hinterholzl. He'll be trying to get around with Lele Cartley. She doesn't want to be beaten by the boys either, as we saw in the previous race. But and I just missed the time on those boys, so I'll have to go again. Hang on, I'll see what I can get here. Got him. Thank you, Scotty. And I'm just getting a time here. So 6 minutes, 6.38. 6 seconds, 6.38 seconds. I'm trying to spit out. It's too exciting for me, Murph.
There's a lot going on, and speaking of that, look at this young girl, Madison Vincent, behind the beautiful yellow machine. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. That's Waston Toe. There's Xavier Malik. So here comes Maddie now. Yeah, she's behind Revenge F2 with Aidan Cuff. And who have I got there? Ross Vincent looking after her. So she looks strong as well. She's chasing the world champion. She just needs to get a good, clean run in, boys. and put down the best possible time she can, because right now Kieran Harvey, he's doing the job out in front for his team New Zealand. He's got the fire in the belly, that young gun.
Gee, it's all going on all over the place here at the moment. Murphy just try and settle things down and figure out who's sitting where. So current leader Kieran Harvey in the boys category, back to Jordan Court in Dragon, but throw in Lele Carledge, who's actually challenging for the outright lead. She's leading the girls class. Back to Maddie Vincent and then Demi Optical and Xavier Malik. So our two invitational skiers running in third spot respectively.
Yeah, I can tell you for a fact that Kieran has never skied as hard as what he's skiing right now. So he's doing a great job for Team New Zealand. Looks like he's got this 1648 boat absolutely pinned, which is fantastic to see, and keeping Jake Himtolzel in the hijacked on the outside, very, very honest.
Two V7 velocities just duking it out here at the moment. Both these boats virtually identical. Then the beautiful Lab GTR, the Dragon, coming through with Jordan Court, doing a fantastic job as well. There's really nothing between 1 and 2. So Lele Carledge is the one that's earning the big points for Victoria at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. This 35-minute race is a pretty big duration for these kids. 35 minutes is longer than most of the races that they run in a normal point score, even longer than a World's Juniors race. And these guys were pretty well going flat out from start to finish yesterday. So I'm guessing we'll have some pretty tired legs by the end of it, but most of these guys are super fit, as we see Waste and Doe coming through.
Xavier Malik there, mate. It's interesting you say that, and I hadn't given it any thought, Brad, but it's actually 5 minutes longer than a World's race.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe we need to bump up the 18s to an hour. Just get fair dinkum.
As we see Maddie Vincent come through. Remember also those two girls, Maddie and Demi, that we see on this front straight at the moment, they virtually came across the line together. So between the two of them, they're fighting for second place for the weekend. And at the moment, Maddie Vincent has the upper hand between those two skiers, and she's doing a great job for Team New Zealand.
Fantastic racing, Murph. I tell you what, it is all going on out here at the moment, and Lele Carledge just trying to dominate the boys here at the moment. There's nothing she likes better than passing boys either.
Yeah, I reckon, look, if we look at her right now coming back towards us in that back straightaway, she's actually got the gap, but she's still got to keep that wide line. So Hinhauser running a nice fair line, because they've got Dragon jammed up the middle of him, so he won't want to be upsetting the run of Geordie Court in between the two. So as they roll through, I'll tell you what, if Simon Isherwood was here, those two V7 velocities just sliding around that corner, he'd be pretty excited about it. But the thunder under the hulls is a dead giveaway. They are flat strap, and it is right now. Leilani Carledge, she's got half a rope length on it. I tell you what, here comes the crew of Dragon. So Geordie Court now staging a little bit of a fight back, but she's made up a little bit of ground that time.
Lele doesn't want Ellie Hollands to be the only one to knock off the boys this weekend. And tell you what, she's having a red-hot go, trying to poke her nose into the lead. But I tell you what, a brilliant effort. Kieran Harvey, he uses that inside line to his advantage. Brad, he is on the hard charge, mate.
Yeah, 11 minutes in, still looking like these boats are absolutely on first straight kind of trim, and not backing off one little bit. So as we have a little bit of a break of the boats coming through, I know we've got Waste and Doe coming through, so that's our invitational skier for Team Victoria. Xavier Malik sitting in third spot in the boys, doing a great job.
He is cracking along very nicely, Xav, and proving his worth to the team as well, and he'll be looking at trying to be a point scorer for the next Trans Tasman Challenge. I've got no doubt about that. But as the pack goes up through the top turn, they are absolutely ding-dong battling it out, and Lele Carledge is the one that really wants to get around these two boys. Fascinating stuff. And as Murph said before, have a look at the trim in force, and Demi Optical, she is absolutely on it, and that is the hardest that Adrian Vandersloot has had to drive all weekend. He's got Jake the Snake Clancy sitting in the observer seat with him, an epic skier in his own right, and doing a great job as they come around the Revenge F2 machine with Maddie Vincent.
Yeah, those two girls, again, side by side, as I mentioned last lap round, they came across the line in a virtual dead heat yesterday, so That'll be on right till the end to suss out the second spot on the podium.
So Murph's
We're now 3 wide out of this bottom turn, and each boat is gunnel to gunnel, so it's, yeah, she's going to be pretty tight come through. Looks like we've got a new race leader, which is Dragon with Jordan Court, only by half a rope length, and it'll probably change as they exit this corner, given that 1648 is on the inside, but very tight, 3 boats wide, smooth round those corners for all 3 drivers doing a great job.
Fantastic racing, Brad. If that doesn't get the hair standing up on the back of your neck, you better nick off and see a doctor on Monday because there's something wrong in your head. Down the back straight away, absolutely gunnel to gunnel, deck to deck racing, and shoulder to shoulder from these 3 fantastic water ski races.
Yeah, absolutely nothing in it between those 2 boys, and then Leilani's showing them how it's done on the outside. If to be fair, if she was probably on the pole 1, she probably would have gapped them by now, but having to do the hard line around the outside.
Definitely keeping our old mate Jakey Hinterholzer, who's done about 8 million laps here this weekend, busy as possible in that particular boat. He's also been driving the Thundernuts boat here this weekend too, so just out of one boat into another, and you can see there just coming through Zave Malik, just pulling back on his handles there, starting to get a little bit tired. We have got still 21 odd minutes to run in this race.
Yeah, look at this, Demi Optical now, as I said, she's on the charge. She's gone out in this one with something to prove, and that boat's still absolutely being pushed all the way. So she's looking very, very solid. Love the stance on the water out there for Demi. So she's, as I said, as Brad mentioned, she level pegged yesterday, and she is now gone to the lead. But I tell you what, Dragon in this back straight, the outright pace of this boat right now with Jordan Court on board as it comes down the back straight, it is absolutely flying right now.
Matty Vincent just coming past our commentary box now, but the real battle, the really enthralling battle that's going on, the 3-way tussle between these guys. But I tell you what, it is the Dragon, Geordie Court now, really making a move. So he's leading the men's category or the boys category. Lele, so they're your 2 leaders of boys and girls, and both of them doing an awesome job. Starting to put a little bit of a gap now on Kieran Harvey, Cam Monaghan behind the wheel. So Kieran starting to just maybe tire a little bit as this race winds into its 15th odd minute. With 20 minutes left to run still, there's a long way to go.
Yeah, I think Jake Alloway observing for Kieran will be just making sure that he's pacing him right to get him through the 35-minute race. As I mentioned earlier, Kieran probably hasn't skied a whole heap at this kind of pace, and he's done a great job for those first 5 or 6 laps leading the charge, but now he's just settling into his rhythm. Probably the course will be getting a little bit choppier in some parts, but a pretty smooth Lake Charm is meaning for some flat-out racing from a lot of these drivers and skiers.
About 9 seconds, just under 9 seconds, the gap between them, Bradley. So certainly in terms of points, not a lot of time.
No, and yesterday I think Kieran just about got lapped. I think he managed to just stay on the lead lap. So, if he can hold on with a sort of smaller margin than yesterday, that'll obviously be great for Team New Zealand's points. As we see Zave Malik come through, and then our other invitational skier, Demi Optical, coming through.
She's absolutely on a charge, Demi. This is fantastic. It's great to see someone actually giving Adrian a bit of a workout behind the wheel as well. The elbows are up, and he'd be a busy boy in the cockpit of that beautiful F21 Force hull. It's interesting that we normally you go to a ski race in Australia, Brad, and it's force, velocity, Bernico, force. But here this weekend, I think we've only got the one force running around, which is
and the blue one,
unusual.
Thirsty.
2 forces.
Two forces. So Dragon coming through, a rope length in it now between Jordan Court and Leilani Cartledge, the 2 Victorian point scorers leading this one.
Great racing, isn't it, between these guys? And it's a battle of the drivers, because I think both of these skiers are holding these boats licked at the moment. Kieran comes through, ticks off another lap, and he's dropped a fair bit that time. He's about 21 seconds down, 21 and a half seconds down now, so he's only 9 seconds down on the previous lap. So he's lost about 10 seconds on that lap, roughly speaking. I failed maths at school, Brad.
12, actually.
Yeah. What's 2 seconds between friends? Lucky you didn't have a microphone, Andrew. Yes. So everybody's sort of bunched up the top end of the course now. Massive shout out to all of our wonderful sponsors: Echuca Moama Signs, PC Cranes and Equipment, Rich River Concrete Soaring and Drilling, Australian Fencing, Nick's Plumbing, Rapid Concepts, Advanced Cranes, Sapphire Spars, Evans Petroleum, Cuff Constructions, Nick's Build and Innovation Rewards as the Do and Do, the Waste and Do, Lancy News behind the wheel, Brian Griffin doing the job in the observer seat, and young Xavier Malik doing an epic job out behind that boat.
I should probably give a quick shout out to the Team New Zealand sponsors as well and thank them over the live stream for everything they've done for us. As we see Demi Optical come through, second place in the girls under 18s at the moment. So yeah, big thank you from Team New Zealand to Wesco Kiwi Fruit, Waikato Tractors, the Rahiwi Trust, Star Road, KGB Contracting, Tompkins Wake, Viper Property Services, and Aggregate Landscape Supplies. So big thanks to all the Team New Zealand sponsors as we see these two Victorian point scorers come through side by side once again, along with Maddie Vincent from New Zealand. So Leilani putting a lap on to Maddie there at the 19-minute mark.
This is epic racing, and yeah, big shout out to the Kiwi sponsors, mate. It's a big effort to get a team over to Australia. As we know, when we come to New Zealand, it's a big logistical effort, flights, accommodation, and all the other stuff that goes with it. So without those sponsors, mate, you don't get anywhere. But none of them sounded that hard to pronounce, actually, which you piked out.
I probably just was soft on Friday night, really.
Soft on opening night, but that's okay.
You copped
mate.
it for it, but...
You got broad shoulders, Brad.
Also, big thanks to all the supporters back home and Jenny and Jordan Woodmass for all their efforts they've put in to get the New Zealand team here. They pretty well organised the whole trip and didn't even come with us. So it's big thanks to Jenny and Jordan for organising all the flights and accommodation and uniforms and everything that it takes to get us over here. It's a massive effort.
28-second gap. Murph's just been doing the numbers. Did you want to do a Murph? You do them for us.
Yeah, no, just the young gun Kieran Harvey. So he only dropped 7 seconds that lap. So he's holding within 28. So 9 seconds, 21, 28. So a little bit of a rally and maybe a little bit of pace coming off at the front of the field. I can see that Trudy Dutton's online and she's put a comment up there. Brad, your laundry's done for you, mate. Just pick it up on the way home.
She's not still doing your laundry, surely.
Only one day a week.
Love you, Trudes. All right, so pace for Demi Optical has dropped a little bit now, so the leg's starting to get a little bit tired from Demi's perspective. But I tell you what, she's pushed Adrian Vandersloot along very, very nicely and very smartly for the vast majority of this race. We've got 14 minutes left to run in this particular event. And Lele Carledge, they're not racing each other. Do you reckon they're racing each other?
I just saw Jordan come down that whole front straight with his hand up in the air, so I'm guessing that means he may want to go a little bit faster, just so that he doesn't get beaten by Leilani. But he might not have a choice in the matter, really. I think Matt Smith's doing everything he can.
I think it's just a boat race. A Geordie caught behind the Dragon, and of course the lovely Lele Cartledge next to him, shoulder to shoulder. And plenty of ups, as Murph just pointed out, for Maddie Vincent coming down through the bottom turn. Behind that beautiful Bernico, the Revenge F2, Aidan Cuff and Cody Cartledge, the boat crew in that particular rig. 16:48, Kieran Harvey now. He's still circulating very solidly. And as Brad was saying, I mean, he hasn't raced that hard for that long ever. So he's doing an epic job. And Murph, what do we got there? So it's down to a 40 second gap now, which is he's lost another 12 seconds there. So Kieran is starting to just come off the pace a little bit.
So we're now 22 minutes in, so 13 to go. I guess about 2/3-ish race distance. So the legs will start to be hurting on a few of these guys, especially after a big race yesterday, as we see the revolution of Waste and Dough come through.
Xavier Malik, we reckon, Murph and I just discussing, we reckon he stepped up the pace a little bit towards the end of this one. So no doubting Xavier Malik's fitness. He's pushing along very smartly with, as you said, mate, 12 minutes and 20-odd seconds to run in this particular event. The final race of the day for the 2024 Trans Tasman here at beautiful Lake Charm. It's been a great weekend so far, Brad.
Yeah, and I'd say very close in the points. It was pretty close after day one, and we've had a few results that have changed for day two. So we see again these boats within quarter of a rope length of each other. Jordan Court seems to be stretching the back and having a bit of a rest. Oh, a bit of a bite there to the Dragon.
Yeah, I tell you what, I reckon Maddie Smith might just be sneaking into the Kerrang dry cleaners tonight and shopping the race suit in potentially.
Jeepers.
They're the ones that get your attention.
Yeah, he's awake now, I'd say. He was probably on autopilot for a few of those laps there, but that just bit a little bit hard coming out of that one. Grabbed a crosswash or something.
Yeah, you saw it. It was quite a reasonably violent pull into the left. He did a great job. He grabbed it and held onto it, and that's what World Championship drivers can do. They're the ones that don't have things that could be a problem not become a problem. So down the outside of the Revenge F2 with Matty Vincent is Kieran Harvey behind the 16:48 as he goes round lapping a bit of traffic there.
So yeah, just over 10 minutes to go now. So these guys will be starting to think about looking for that blue flag. I'm sure it can not come soon enough for probably all of them, including the drivers who have done a few laps here this weekend.
They have, mate. Kieran Harvey dropping another 9 seconds there, so he's just coming off a little bit. Oh, he definitely won't get lapped. There's no chance of that. Well, you wouldn't think so. But 10 minutes left to run in this one, boys, and great racing. In fact, look at that. Xavier just having a little bit of a look at the stopwatch as he comes through. So knows where he's at, knows what he's doing, not relying on his observer at all, got his own watch running. I like that in a skier when they're aware of their, what do they call it, a situational awareness.
All right, so it seems like Dragon's recovered and still holding their own on the inside. Leilani Cartledge, 3/4 of a rope length this time round. Jake Hintozel getting a little bit of breathing room, but not a lot. He's still having a run in that pole too. Matty Smith probably trimming it down a little bit more, coming into that corner, or up, one of the two, whatever he didn't quite do last time.
The opposite of the last time, probably. Yeah.
A little bit more caution.
And that's the thing, Brad, trimming them in sometimes can be the problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't want them to drop their nose and come around.
Too much boat in the water, sometimes the undoing of boat drivers.
Yes, that's how I've barrel rolled all my boats that I've barrel rolled. All 4 of them.
I wasn't going to talk about that, Fisher.
Don't mention the war.
Big shout out to all our boat drivers and boat owners, some of which aren't even here. Amazing bits of equipment that we're running this weekend, and big shout out to all these drivers and boat owners for putting their gear up, putting their time up, driving from all around Victoria to come tow the kids this weekend. It's fantastic to see, and we, Team New Zealand, absolutely appreciate that very much, as we see Aidan Cuff driving the Revenge F2, coming through for Matty Vincent, Team New Zealand, sitting in 3rd spot right at the moment.
Bumped his brother Dylan out of the driver's seat, and Kieran just dropping another 8 seconds on that lap, so consistently losing around that 8 to 10 seconds a lap now, but still collecting great points there for Team New Zealand. Tell you, one of those blokes you're talking about, Brett DeMinks, just gave his boat to Jake Hinterholzer, the Thundernuts machine, and he doesn't have any of his family here. None of his kids are skiing, and Brady Domingue said, yeah, take the boat. He's fishing in Darwin. So it's a great effort from Brady. Hope you're watching, Bretsky. If you are, big shout-out, brother. Talking a podcast earlier on, did a great podcast with Brett. That's definitely worth a listen, because I don't say much in it.
One of the legends of Trans Tasman. He skied back in a couple of the early Trans Tasmans in the 90s, and then obviously helped coach and organise the team
with a fist in the air here.
A few years ago as well. So unfortunately we couldn't catch up with Brett this weekend, but I'm sure he'll be at future Tasman challenges.
He will, mate. There's no doubt about that. He's got a tribe of girls that are ski racing and doing very nicely. So no doubt he'll be trying to get them into the Trans Tasman team for next year to head over to NZ. Any thoughts on next year's venue?
We're actually already locked in, and it's somewhere we haven't been to for a very long time for Tasman Challenge, probably since the very early days, the early 90s, and that's Lake Karapiro. So basically the top of the Waikato River, just about 10 minutes drive from the start of our bridge-to-bridge race. There's a dam with a lake, really good facility. So we're already locked in, and it's actually a very hard lake to get a lake closure on because it holds a lot of rowing events. They've actually had the world champs rowing there, and a really good venue. So we're excited to take Team Victoria somewhere different. We've been at Taupo for many years, and a couple of years ago we went to Mangakino, which is just out of Taupo, so it'll be a little bit different part of the world to come have a look at.
Very prolifically used for hydroplane racing.
Correct.
That's
the other thing.
Dewey Nichols will be there. He'll come over just to be on the holy ground, I reckon.
Yeah, it's hydroplane racing is actually very strong in New Zealand at the moment. We've got sort of 8 or 10 boats running around, and some really good racing every year at Karapiro. So as I say, look forward to hosting you guys there in 2025.
Fantastic, mate. Well, we have got around about 5.5 minutes left to run in this one, and I'm just having a look at Lance Muse as he came through here. His elbows were up. He was busy in the cockpit of that waste and dough machine. Lele Carley's now making the break, and as we thought, she wants to knock off all the boys and win this one outright. That's what she's about. Current junior women's world champion, Lele Carley. She didn't want Ellie Hollands to have it all her own way. She won the last race, the Div 1 under 14s outright. And now we've got Lele Cartledge out in front of the boys as well, doing it beautifully.
Yeah, the biggest lead we've seen in this race by anyone. So Lele made the jump finally, wore them down after 30 minutes. It's only taken 30 minutes to get more than a rope length between these top couple of boats. So fantastic job there by the hijack team. Hintiles will be pretty happy about that as well, beating the boys.
Yeah, he's not competitive at all, Jake.
You can work out who did the boat draw. He obviously decided he was pretty keen to tow the world champions and be wringing his boat's neck all weekend.
Boys, Demi Optical ripping through there, just went a lap time on her. She's actually getting faster as it goes through. So as we thought, 17-year-old, the demon dancer, the Mildurite, mate. She's first time ever competing here at a Trans Tasman, and mate, she's really finding some form. She's finishing the weekend on a huge high, and that time through, I reckon, just about holding ground now, Kieran Harvey. So interestingly, as to whether the battle out of front has probably put a little bit of hurt into the legs of Geordie Court. So trying not to get overtaken by the world champ. So I'm not taking any time back, but definitely not going backwards that time through the New Zealand challenger in the boys of Kieran Harvey. Xavier now has just moved past our New Zealand point scorer, and she's looking good. There was ups on the way through last time from the Revenge F2 crew as well. So she wants to get on with it with a few minutes to go. So a little bit left in the tank in Team New Zealand, Brad.
Yeah, Maddie fought really hard through the back end of that race yesterday to catch up to Demi. She's probably got a little bit of a big job to do that today, but she's obviously still waving up at the 32-minute mark, so that's fantastic to see. So we've now got Leilani with a couple hundred metres in front of Jordan now. And as you mentioned on that last lap, Kieran sort of managing to hold pace with Jordan on that last lap or thereabouts. So interesting that the Dragon team might have come slightly off. There's probably not running quite as much trim, so maybe a bit more chop around the course.
Yeah, I think so, mate. And of course, the legs are starting to hurt now. You know, the drivers, the crews need to start looking after their skiers at the tail ends of these races. We only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to run, so probably going to see another 2 laps because I think they'll probably get through before the blue flag, but time will tell. They may not. I'm not sure what exact lap times they've been doing here. They're normally around a 3-odd minute lap, so it's going to be a little bit touch and go as to whether we see a blue flag this time. I don't think we will.
Yeah, just watching those boats go up this first straight here. There's definitely a bit of bow lift as they get to the mid part of that straight and down towards that top corner. So a few boat wakes and a bit of slop there as we see Demi Optical come through, tick off another lap. Still sitting in second place. And right behind her is the 1648 machine driven by Cam Monaghan, Jake Alloway in the observer seat, and Mr. Kieran Harvey for Team New Zealand sitting in second spot.
Doing a good job, aren't they, mate? They're still only lost 1 second on the previous lap.
I reckon Mr. Zave Malik he's pulling in some time. He's still on the lead lap, is he, Bishop? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So he's probably fastest of the boys on track right at the moment because he seems to be catching up to Kieran maybe slightly. So as we see Leilani come through once again to put a second lap on Maddie Vincent for Team New Zealand. You see Aidan Cuff just bring the Revenge Bernico there out into her wash to give Maddie a good ride for these last 2 laps because we're done the 34-minute mark. So it'll be the next lap we'll see the blue flag for this race and they'll set sail on 1 lap to go.
Yep, so 2 laps or 1.5 laps to go now for Lele Carledge. She fires up the back straight away, doing an amazing job. She's absolutely stamping her World Championship authority on this particular race. And I'll give you the tip. I reckon young Jake Hinterholzel is having a fat old time out there muscling this V7 Velocity around this beautiful Lake Charm course, the home of water ski racing in Victoria. Can't believe we've been hiding this from you actually, Brad.
Yeah, mate, it's good to be here and I hope we come back. It's been a great venue and big thanks to the ski club for putting on the lunches and everyone's been very hospitable to us. The dinner last night was great. Thanks to the Barnes family and everyone who organised the dinner last night. Was fantastic. Probably while I'm on the mic I should shout out to everyone that we'd really love to see as many people at our Bridge to Bridge event this year in November. It's the 40th running and we're pretty keen to make it as big as we can. We've got a few boats that are looking for skiers, so if you're interested and you want to team up with a Kiwi team or bring your whole team over, by all means we'd love to host you in November, second weekend in November in Hamilton, New Zealand. The Bridge to Bridge, it's a great race and one that everyone should tick off the bucket list really and come and have a crack at.
Jason Carter's got a lot of money, mate. He's got a few boats in the shed. He should probably send one over and do the bridge, I would have thought.
Yeah, no, I've got him locked in already.
How's the back today, mate? Are you getting better?
Just about to sign the contract.
Well, his daughter is about to pick up the blue flag and set off on her final lap. Lele Carledge leading in the under-18 women's category and doing it in fine style, leading outright, beating all the boys at the moment. They need to bring her home. They have turned the wick down just a touch. Certainly not the aggressive trim angle that Jake Hinterholzel's been running for the whole race. So just looking after her legs a little bit now, but they've done everything they need to do. They've just got to bring her home safe now. Race leader now in the boys is Jordan Court. He's doing a beautiful job behind the Dragon, starting to run a bit of a wide line as they've just come around the outside of Revenge F2 with Maddie Vincent. She's running in second spot, the point scorer there for New Zealand. Aidan Cuff behind the wheel and Cody Cartledge. Cody Cartledge observing. No, yes. For Lele. Yeah, I thought they were the wrong way around. Yeah, Ross Vincent observing. Don't know what the girls in the tower are doing with their paperwork.
Don't complain, Bisho.
Oh, I'm allowed to, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's going to cop a lot of flack at work
Did Jordan
tomorrow,
Ball
won't he?
work for you? Oh, jeez, yeah. Well, yeah, but hang on a minute. He's going to just say that he let the boss's daughter win because he wanted a pay rise or something. So not long to go now. Blue flag flying high, and a few of our competitors just coming through to set off on their final laps. Been an absolutely epic Trans Tasman, and so far so good. And I don't want to put the moz on in the last lap, but been a very safe weekend. Been a great weekend. Says a lot for lake racing to me, but there we go. As the 1648 machine comes through, Kieran Harvey picks up the blue flag. He sets off on his final lap, running in second spot at the moment. Observer getting pretty excited there. Jakey Alloway.
Yeah, so...
Waston Doe, Lance Muse brings Xavier Malik down. He'll pick up
He's
the
on
blue
a hard
flag.
charge, Bisho. He's definitely catching Kieran. He's probably going to run out of laps, but he's definitely pulled in some ground in those last couples as we see Demi Optical come through, and you can call home the checkered flag, Bish.
Race leader, and she's going to be the race winner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the current world champion, Lele Cartledge. Leilani gets the job done. She pumps the air. She knows she's knocked off everybody out here. Jakey Hinterholzel, the driver. Jake Clancy observing, and Cody Cartledge observing. And of course, Lele skiing. Dragon comes through, and here you go. That will be first place for Jordan Court. Bobby Court, the observer. Maddie Smith. And that is a good win there for Jordan. He's only learnt to ski 2 years ago, which is actually poor parenting from Bob, to be fair. Should have learnt when he was 4.
Coming across for Team New Zealand, Madison Vincent doing a great job. She'll be pretty happy to see that checkered flag and pick up third spot for the weekend in today's race. But she'll be happy to home with 2 clean races. So fantastic job to Madison Vincent.
Great effort there, doing your job, mate, getting some serious points for Team New Zealand. So a few more boats left to come. And that is
interestingly, talking about Team New Zealand, last time through, the Kieran Fluffy Harvey has turned the corner, so he actually made up half a second on the race leader. So I don't think obviously not going to win it, but well done. He's got it in the legs, the young Kiwi. He won't be too far away from the finish, Brad.
That shows intestinal fortitude, I would suggest.
Yeah, I'd say he's digging pretty deep in these last few laps after how hard he went out at the start.
Bring him home, Brad. Come on, give us some of that Kiwi
Team
love.
1648, stand up, all the Kiwis. Give your man Kieran Harvey a big clap of the hands. He's done a fantastic job all weekend, out-skied himself. And Jake Alloway's done a fantastic job in the boat as we see Waston Doe coming through with Xavier Malik.
Oh, right up his clack too. Xavier made a lot of ground on that final lap. So epic ski there from Xavier Malik, the invitational skier. Brian Griffin observing, and Lance Muse in the driver's seat of the beautiful Revo. And 1 boat left to come through. And it's going to be the beautiful Demi Optical, ladies and gentlemen. She's going to bring home the Trans Tasman for 2024. We hope you've had a fantastic weekend and had as much fun as we've had as she brings it through. Demi Optical, ladies and gentlemen. Adrian Vandersloot driving. Jake the Snake Clancy observing behind the Enforce. And that is the final boat home. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the racing here. We've got some thank yous to do. First and foremost, I want to thank my men here, Bradley Dutton, just while you've got the microphone in your hand. Thank you, mate. You are one of the greatest of all time when it comes to water ski racing in New Zealand. You are the oracle. If I need to know something, I ring you. And it's always a pleasure to see you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dave. It's been fantastic to be here. And what a great weekend's racing. Always nice when we don't have to have any reruns or hand back broken boats or broken bits and pieces. So all our skiers have got home safe, and it's been a heap of fun. So yeah, really thankful that we've got through this weekend unscathed, and everyone's had a heap of fun. So thank you to SRV and everyone involved on the committee, and as I say, everyone that's looked after us this weekend. There's been a lot of effort going, especially by our main man this weekend, Jake Hindhosel. I've talked to him a lot in the build-up to this event, and everything I've questioned, he's been on point and knows the answer, and just, you know, straight into it. So everything's run seamlessly with him in charge, so I suggest we keep him, buddy, in charge for as long as we can. And he just loves the event, which is great to see the passion and just obviously getting out there and doing it for these kids, because it is the next you know, generation of the sport coming through. So big thanks to Jake and his team, and you know, all our commentators, our you know, you guys, Murph and Bisho and Scotty, for putting on everything this weekend as far as the live stream. I know the Kiwis back home really appreciate that, because otherwise I get a million texts and don't get a chance to answer any of them. So it's good that they can see it live and I don't have to worry about messaging back home. Thanks to all the Kiwi supporters and teams. I've mentioned obviously the boat drivers, all our observers, the rescue boat crew and course boat crews, the guys who put out the course. I think Barney put out the course during the week, and his crew. So yeah, big thank you to everybody. It's been an awesome weekend, and looking forward to presentations tonight. I think we've got a pretty close battle for the weekend.
Thank you, Bradley. Thank you so much, mate. And we'll catch you a presentation tonight. Andrew Murphy. Geez, I've had a good time hanging out with you all weekend again.
How good has it been, mate? Smash your hands together on the banks down there. You lot, look at the fists in the air. They are pumped, and they deservedly should be. That was some incredible racing, mate. It's been an honour and a privilege sitting next to you. And, of course, tonight we've got the big presentation. I don't know who's going to get it. I'm not sure if you do. Brad certainly doesn't. But I don't know. I can't wait. When that envelope gets drawn, Dave, every single set of eyes in that building is going to be staring at you at the Rich River Golf Course tonight, mate. Hey, Brad did mention that. One more shout-out to the Team New Zealand sponsors on behalf, whilst we're on live stream, Viper, ALS, the Westco Kiwi Fruit Company, KGB Contracting, Star Road, the Wahiri Trust, Waikato Tractors, and Tompkins Wake. Thank you for bringing us the best of the best to our shores here from New Zealand, bud.
Well done. Thanks so much, Murph. That wraps us up. Just a couple of thank yous from us. Of course, Ski Racing Victoria, Jakey Hintholzer, we know you've done an epic job with Timmy Pickford. It's great to have Franny and Janny and Georgie as well here working hard, along with everybody in the tower as well. Di Dimitopoulos always working really hard and bringing us our beautiful paperwork. So thank you, Di. Big thank you to the boys at GP Hydro live streaming. As always, an epic job. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Scotty. Thank you, Paul. And a special thank you to Tilly, who's been absolutely awesome. Absolute superstar. My name's Dave Bishop, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that everybody enjoyed the racing at home, both here in Australia and New Zealand. You've got one more thing, Murph.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to get this lot up here for interviews, or we're going to have to wrap it up here. I think we'll let them say their piece tonight at Prezzo's, mate. That's
what we're going to do, mate. Thanks for everybody that watched. We hope you enjoyed the racing here this weekend as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. My name's Dave Bishop. On behalf of Andrew Murphy, this has been the 2024 Trans Tasman Challenge here at Lake Charm. I nearly said Cooper. Sometimes I do that. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
See you next time.